Hello. Hey. Hello. Woo. There we go. Rubber man. There we go. Alright, let's. I need to move my monitor over slightly. Ha 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 ha. Yo, Core, how's it going? I'm having a great day. I hope you are too. Galvanic? Hello, hello. Nice to see ya. Mr. Adam, it is a crazy stream time. I'm a little bit crazy, you know. Why so serious? We live in a society. Stop. I would watch it during the daytime as a time when I'm going to sleep. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit earlier than... I mean, it's sort of on time. This is like... I don't know. I feel like if I'm gonna stream, this is usually the latest that I want to start streaming, you know? So, yeah. Say Ferrex, how's it going? And Custard O Juan. Amethyst, hi. Hello, long time. Nightbot. Well, I make games, subscribe to blah, blah, blah. There you go. Couldn't sleep, so I got up and greeted in that very minute by stream notification. Very nice. Hell yeah. Very good, very good. I had a lot of problems with setting up the plugin. That's sad to hear. Do you want me to run you through anything in particular? I haven't actually looked at the Discord in a little bit. I've had a very full-on week, just like... It's literally been like family member's birthday, my birthday, family member's birthday. It's just like, it's just birthdays. Why was everyone born in September, October? It's ridiculous. The month of cake for my family. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, it's funny how they just like... I don't know, I feel like all birthdays tend to like cluster. I see your message now, actually. Yeah, figure I was wrong. Problem changed to the cards that attach to the bones, move around with the hands, but they say the bottom of the big carriage is capsule, spin it again with the hands. There's a new naming and it's working. I don't know why the colliders are not attached to the hand. I get you. I see. And so it is bone name through the tip. Oh, okay. So, you don't need the root name in there. So the way that it's set up, when it says like root to tip, it means like the root of the chain. So if I wanted it to do the arm, the root would be the clavicle, and then go to clavicle, upper arm, lower arm, hand, and that would draw one up to, from the shoulder up to the hand. And if I wanted it to like, if I wanted a hand one, I'd probably need to do a capsule from the hand bone, which starts here, to like the middle finger tip or something. Or in your case, you're doing all the fingers individually. So you'd want to do, probably go hand, then middle O1, and then middle O2, middle O3. And then you may need to do like an extra socket that's like just ahead of middle O3, like the tip of the finger. if the fingers aren't being very responsive. Because it goes from, like, the point that the bone is. If that makes sense. Navi, hello, hello. How is it going? Oh, I forgot to put that it's like a post-birthday stream, even though it was a week ago. But I haven't streamed since then. So maybe I should edit the title to be like post-stream birthday, ha 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 ha. Because, you know, then like everyone will be like, oh my god, like, how old are you now, old man Prismatica? Yeah. Tyrannosaurus Lex, what do you have planned for your stream today? I always need to see what you're working on when I'm editing you. So I'm currently working on Alright, there we go. Titles are all up. I'm currently working on... currently working on... There you go, that's a bit better. Like an entity composition system. So, in the game... We're working on the game now, by the way. Plug-in time is over for a while. But basically I realized, oh my god, this is so freaking bright. So why is this so loud? Quieten down. Be quiet. It's still so loud. I'm like flipping flipper. Count to 10. All interaction stuff always says the base of the capsule. Is it able to get the mesh properly? Okay, so you remove the root, the radius, etc., etc. Yep. All the spelling's good. Yeah, I double check. In your like component child that you're working with, there should be a function called get mesh or get target mesh or something. Just make sure that it's getting the hand mesh or hand meshes that you're using. Or if they're like one mesh or two meshes. I'm not really sure how the old VR stuff works. But yeah, it could be that it isn't getting the target mesh properly. It's two meshes. Okay. You'll need two components actually. Two of the draw components if you've got two meshes. Because yeah. You need to assign one to the left, one to the right. Want to get one more. Okay, yep. Gotcha. I'm trying to think what else it could be. No, go away. Mirror, piece of Alright, what are we doing? That's not the right one. This one. We are doing Prismatica entity composition. The Pris Syst. It's too big. God damn. Then we want to also want to, you know, I'm just going to write some, just a little, what is it? Cyst doesn't see. That's the wrong cyst. Children in barrels? No. Character. Is not scope creep. Real. There we go. Because it actually, like... looking from the outside in, you know, if you're someone that isn't, like, in my head, you might think, like, oh, what's Prismatica Dev doing? Like, I wonder how that game's coming along. And then you look and it's like, bro, there's no game anymore. It's, like, deconstructed. It's, wait, look, see, do I look like I'm not doing anything? Do you know what I mean? Like, what's all this shit, huh? What's all this thinking? Oh, God. Oh, no, I've gone off the edge of the world. There we go. Let me try figure it out, gal. It might be best if in your hands actor, you know, on begin play or whatever, or shortly after begin play, you just get the component and set the target mesh manually from the thingo. You could do it either way. You could pull it. You could pull it from, you know, the actor to the component, or you could push it from the actor to the component. So if I just go blueprint class, Prismatiscape, deform component character, bam, and then in here we have a components skeletal mesh, which isn't going to have any... Yeah, that shouldn't. Don't worry about that. That should be a... Yeah, skeletal mesh component. Functions... Okay, no. Okay. So in the source folder, that would... that would just be getting the first scaly mesh, which would be... So scaly mesh, That's on the H. How do I... What is it to go to the CPP again? It doesn't matter. It'll just be getting the first... It'll be getting component by class. So yeah, okay. The best thing to do would be to, in your actor... you know, you'd be able to get the component over here, drag a reference to it, and then go set set skeletal mesh. Because it might be, in your case, it might be grabbing the other hand first, because it would get the first scaly mesh. And it might be, because you're saying, you know, middle finger right, but it only has a left, you know, a left bone. It's just defaulting to, like, the root bone, and that's why it's being funky. So that would be what I presume is happening. You just need to, on the hands actor, on begin play, get the component. Maybe over... Yeah, no, it's not overridable. It should be overridable. I don't know why I didn't... Yeah. There we go. Nice. Happy birthday wishes. Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you very much. I'm officially old. It worked? Hell yeah. I'm keen to see how the hands go through the water. They look so sick. Sorry, let me catch up on chat real quick. Right after I open up our map. With the nice river. For the thumbnail. Wow, beautiful. So beautiful. Nice. Alright, where do I start from? Oh yeah, so custard. Working on the composition system. So it's really just... It's not like... I mean, it kind of is for every... It's literally for everything in the game. Which is kind of why it's taking so long to figure out. But it's designed for things like... a lot of, like, interaction stuff. A lot of equipment stuff. A lot of storing. You know, like, picking up items, putting items in things. It deals with, like, item attachments. So, like, let's say, like, in the case of, let's say you're making a shooter game. Like a survival shooter, simulator, whatever. If you had, like, a bayonet, you would be able to use that bayonet as a weapon. So... You know, I can pick up the bayonet from the ground and hold it in my hand. While I'm holding it, I get granted, you know, the knife attack animations. The bayonet knows how much damage it deals, you know, in accordance to that, whatever. But then that thing in particular, the bayonet, can be attached to a gun. Or a specific gun. Or a specific subtype of gun, given some conditions. And then when it's on the end of the gun, when you do a melee attack with the gun, instead of doing the butt, you know, the butt bash, stock bash, what do you call it? When you hit someone with the stock of a gun? Instead of doing that, maybe you override that so that you stab them with the bayonet or whatever. And it deals this much damage when it's on the thing, depending on how, you know, the mass of the gun itself. You know, a gun that's heavier would do more damage with the bayonet. Just that kind of bullshit. And so that bayonet needs to act as both a standalone weapon. It needs to have functionality as a standalone weapon and as a weapon attachment. Which might usually be, you know, if it was inheritance, you would do something like, we've got entity, item, weapon, and then there'd be like a different class beside weapon called weapon attachment or something. And it just gets really fricky because it's like super, I don't know, rigid. Another example would be, let's say you can pick up chickens, like in Zelda, right? A chicken is a character. A chicken is like a living thing. It moves around. It has completely different way of animating and doing stuff. A chicken attacks with its feet, you know? It does unarmed attacks with its feet, and it pecks. And it has a bunch of properties for, like, you know, being hungry and all that kind of stuff. But when something holds the chicken, so if something is holding the chicken, maybe we want to reduce their falling speed, or, like, you know, lower their gravity or whatever. And so that means we have to be able to hold in, you know, one hand or in both hands or whatever the conditions are. Or essentially we need to be able to equip a chicken as a weapon, or like as something that the character can hold. And when that happens, we need to execute a completely arbitrary thing, like lower the, you know, the falling speed of the character that is holding the chicken. So in that case, the chicken is both a living being entity, but it also has, like, it has the functionality of a piece of equipment or a holdable item. And so when you're holding the chicken, you know, the chicken's like flapping around and stuff, and you can then like throw the chicken so that when the chicken is held, it grants the attack with chicken, you know, actions. So you can like hold the chicken by the feet and like hit someone with it, or you can throw the chicken as an attack. All that kind of stuff. Maybe you could do like some South Park stuff, and like the chicken's running around, you pick the chicken up and you can like shoot eggs out of it, you know? Like you shoot the eggs out of the chicken if the chicken has eggs to shoot. You know. And then the third example case. And like, again, these aren't super edge case, you know. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, you're just like redoing all this stuff because of like edge cases that you could just like program around. But these are sort of like, it's like fundamental to the way that I want the game to operate, you know? So like the third example would be putting a living creature inside a storage container. So like there's a barrel and you can hide in the barrel, or you can put, you know, you could put weapons in the barrel, or you could put explosive powder in the barrel, or you could put explosive powder and a dead body in the barrel, and then load that onto a ship and then blow it up, and it would blow guts everywhere, or something really stupid like that. So living entities, like characters, have to be storable as though they are items in you know, in other things. And like if the person in the barrel is alive, maybe we want the barrel to like kind of, you know, shake around as though they're like trying to get out. And maybe they deal damage to the lid of the barrel, and when the lid of the barrel breaks, then it's not locked anymore and the person can escape out of the barrel. But you could like put the person in the barrel, put the barrel in a cart, move the cart around, and then like push it off a bridge or something if you wanted to, and the person would still be in that barrel for whatever reason. I don't know. Makes some games automatically infringe patent without knowing, or someone claims something is too similar to their work or using trademark name, etc. I think a lot of that is... There's very rare cases where... I as an indie, I wouldn't really worry about it because there are a lot of things that you can't... There's a difference between trademark and copyright, you know? So like, I can't make a Pokemon game, but I can make a monster capturing game, you know? Where you, like, capture things. It's essentially a trading card game, right? Where you, like, collect things and do them, whatever. And that's too generic for someone to, like, trademark or copyright. You know? And I think in the case of, like, indie development, you can kind of... I don't know. If it's, like, some kind of system or whatever, it's, like, very unlikely that the code will be identical, you know? Like, there'll be... All the variables will be called different things. Things will be slightly differently structured. And at that point, you can argue that, you know, you either came to that conclusion completely independently, or you used it as inspiration or reference or something, and transformed it to, you know, for your project. Everything else in terms of like copyright and whatnot, it's like, just make sure like any assets you're using have the right licensing, so that they're, like, commercially licensed and all that kind of stuff. And that they're, you know, able to be used indefinitely and all that kind of stuff. Which, if you've used the Unreal Marketplace, everything on the Unreal Marketplace is, like, you know, ready for use. Can I say whether this will be easier than making a system inventory that supports NPCs or players as items, but I trust you. So it's less about the storage itself, because like with the way that it was previously, you know, technically I could have like moved all of the you know, how big is this in an inventory thing up, you know, a class. The other thing to keep in mind is that all of it needs to be virtualized. So instead of using actors and components, everything is just like U objects. So it's like as small and as fast as possible, and it doesn't need to be represented in the world. So like I can delete my character actor completely, but the character object will still exist in cyberspace. And, you know, the barrel has a reference to my character while it's in the barrel. Or if I go way off screen, then all the actors unload, but the objects continue to simulate and interact with each other and do their usual stuff. Which, in theory, will allow for a lot of, like, emergent situations and emergent, like, kind of storytelling. Rather than it being, like a static sandbox, it will sort of evolve. It's not like Minecraft, where it's, like, procedurally generated once, and then that's it. You know, like, yeah, cool, it's a new world, but nothing really, like, happens. This will kind of be like the other way around, where the world is pretty much handmade, but everything that happens after that is, like, just complete chaos you know, butterfly effect bullshit. The other reason that I'm doing this is because, like, I can just show you, like, for example, the previous like something like a piece of armor has so many just like not used variables and just stuff that doesn't need to be there. And then if I wanted it to do extra stuff, you know, I'd either have to do it in like a component, which, you know, I don't want to do, or like a sub-object that runs. It's just, yeah. It's just become a bit of a nightmare the more and more I used it. So, like, for example, this Brigandine inherits from armor item static data asset, which derives from item static data asset, which derives from static data asset. No, I think that's the highest one. But you can see, like, entity static mesh. It doesn't have one because it's an armor and it uses this section down here. So there's like, okay, there's a null piece of information, another null piece of information, another null piece of information because armor handles its physical material completely differently. Default properties, you know, okay, yeah, it's got weight, it has temperature, it has durability to some degree. What are its grid? Oh, what are its grid container dimensions? So if it had, you know, if it could contain things, what would its dimensions be? And if it can be contained, what would its dimensions be? But, like, what if something doesn't even need, you know, to be a container? Then there's just, like, 10 variables that are just cluttering up the place, taking up memory, all that kind of shit. Pick up socket name. Again, like, it might be completely arbitrary to do the animation and whatnot. Or something might not even be pick-upable. You know, it might be a crate that is too heavy. So, like, again, a dead variable. Item actions. Again, if it can't be picked up, why does it need actions? Item material override. Null. Item anim blueprint. Null. Gets merged when equipped. Yes. But that's, again, like an edge case. Where it's like, okay, this gets merged into the character rather than being socketed to them. When it's equipped, what audio values does it change? You know, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's like super hard-coded. You know, I might not want it to change anything about the audio of the character, or I might want it to play like a completely unique sound for this piece of armor that gets like added in or something. Rigid scaly mesh, another edge case. Combat melee traces. You know, like a piece of armor, when you're holding a piece of armor and you want to whack someone with it, I probably wouldn't even do traces for it. I'd like physically simulate it and do hit events and that kind of thing. A boolean for another edge case, can be two-handed in combat. Bonk duration, an edge case. Melee reach from origin, edge case. Damage defaults, there is none. Trace type to Pris Physmat, there is none. Handedness, none of this. Like, it's, I don't know, it's just, there's so much redundant information. That just doesn't need to be there. And, you know, what if, I don't know, it's just getting really out of hand. So that's what this is solving. It's basically just like, here's a thing, and then there's just an array of, like, definitions, or yeah, like what you're saying, Elliot, like a fragment architecture. I decided on it a while ago. I'm only just getting around to implementing it because I got sidetracked with some other plugin related stuff. But basically, it could be like, okay, we have a blanket. So like, you know, blanket. Blanket. Cool. Why is that not doodling? White. Alright, it is... Oh, God. One less. Equipable. It can be worn as equipment. It can be... If human. This is a condition. Oh, you know, I'll just do it all as the one car. I'll do that after. If human... head slot. You know, like a turban almost. I don't know, something like that. Turban style. Can be worn around or shoulders slot. Like a cloaky thingo. Can be, I don't know, tied around waist. And so this is like one item that can be equipped in multiple different ways. And then you could do stuff like if... Oh, fuck, what happened there? Hey, what are you doing, brother? Stop it. You could do... If horse... a horse can, you know, wear the blanket. Worn on. Back. You know, whatever. So one item. It's equipable to these two, like, species. And on this one species, it is equipable to these 3 slots. And each of these 3 slots... Oh, and do you equip it as a bandage? No, that'd be more like an interaction, wouldn't it? Like a interaction. Or usable. Usable. And so, yeah, each of these things needs, like... You know, equip anim... Oh, fuck. Equip anims. It needs armor values. If, you know, if it needs armor values. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't even provide any. Maybe it's just decorative. You know, like a necklace. A necklace doesn't need armor values. It doesn't, like, cover the body in that way. It would need visuals. Merge. To character, etc. Material params. Blah, blah, blah. And then you'd need these filled out for, like, these things as well, you know? Or here's a thing. Held. Oh, well that... So you could hold it around your body. It does all that stuff up there. But... disables the use of hands. Because you're, like, holding it around your body. You know what I mean? Item, holdable, usable, weapon, melee weapon, sword, O2. Yeah, exactly. But then, Elliot, then what happens if you want the sword to be able to shoot fireballs, you know? It's like, fuck. And then, like, we might want it to be like, okay, when the blanket is tied around the waist, then it's like skinned plus the tail simulated, or like dangly simulated. Dangly simulated with Niagara ribbons or something, you know? It could just be like completely different. My opinion, the if human should be already on the equipable node, equipable human, equipable horse, etc. I think it would be by humans and horses. There will be 2 fragments, so the fragment has a general function. Let's call it run fragment. Yeah, it would work both ways. Oh, sorry, yeah, my camera. I think it's too hot in here. I want to set it up so that it works regardless. So that the way that it's set up, you know, let me fix my camera real quick while there's an ad. Hello, I'm back. Oh, wait, I'm not in focus. We need focus. Aha. Very good. So the structure is essentially everything's like, let me go away. It's kind of like this is just the entity data asset. This is like a base fragment kind of thing, or base definition, which is the equipment definition. But then everything, like, everything up until here, these are all, well, I mean, it's not really, let me just get the example I had. Core, PECS. Any data. Testing, dummy. Nope. Oh, did I? Testing folder? No, did I delete that? Surely not. Ah, it's in here. Okay. Why is it? Whatever. So it would be like, let me just delete. Just a piece of dummy equipment. We go, it has an array of static definitions. So it can have any number of these things. You know, I might add more, I might add less. Might combine some, who fucking knows. The type is equip definition base BP. It's an instanced object, so all of the things, you know, I can change its variables for this particular thing. Definition tags, this would just be equipment, whatever that is. You know, it's just defined through the tree. Condition stack doesn't really need one because we're just looking for it by tag. Function stack doesn't need any sub-definitions of type equipment definition. And then if it was something simple, it could literally just be up here. Equipment definition, you know, head or something. I don't know, I might make a base container for, like, equipment definition, you know, equipable, holdable, whatever, and all it does is just contains an array of definitions. So let's just imagine we've done that, right? And this is the first thing. So this could literally just be here to contain a condition, you know, species, humanoid, data asset, or it could be an instance object that, you know, just has a variable, you know, it's species, humanoid, or just species has tag, whatever. It could be just a tag condition. But then it's like sub-definitions, blah, 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 blah. And that's where the kind of nested nature of it. So that it's like, mainly so, if something, let's just say when we equip this blanket, something happens regardless of if we equip it on our head or around our body or around our waist. You know what I mean? And we just want to be like, okay, on equip, let's say like we equip it to our head. It would go through here, do this, you know, on equip, run the function, blah, blah, blah. Here's like these other sub things. I don't fucking know. But it would also run this on equip. On equip, do thing. Something dumb like that. So that I don't have to add this thing to each of these things, potentially. I don't really know if it'll be useful that way, but you know what I mean? Should we do that multiply? I haven't. I've kind of been, like... I've been getting... I haven't been getting smashed. I've been... like, smashed by... I've been busy. I've been... yeah. Yeah. I've, like, barely been at the computer. Was my alt set up for my items? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to... I'm just trying to figure it out. You know? Like, the simplest way would be like, okay, it's helmet. 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 Equipable. Human. Head. You know, no, like, condition trees or anything. So it would just be equipable. It's got condition is human, condition head slot. Or its tag would just be, you know, tag head slot or some shit. I don't fucking know. And then it just needs equip, anims. It needs visuals. It needs, you know, armor values. You know, any additional shit. Right? This is like the dumbest down version of like just a simple object. You know what I mean? The thing is that it's not as simple as... it's not as simple as just running, you know, saying, like, execute these things. Because they're all kind of... like, they all get accessed different type and that kind of thing. So I'm using on equip or any other specific naming of functions. I match it with input action. So a fragment was bound to an input action. For each fragment, there was a run interface function. Yeah. The only... I think in my case, I'd want to be using some of these as, like, you know, to pull data from. As, like you know, like a database. Or a data asset, basically. So, like, helmet can be equipped. Get the appropriate equip animation for the, like, the equip action. So, like, it would be, like, helmet, try equip. There would be an action that you know, would happen on the character that would, like, be like, okay, I need an animation to play. Oh, get the equip animation from here. Because, like, if the characters... And there might be multiple different equip animations. There might be one for using the left hand, using the right hand, or if they have both hands free... Or if we're equipping it to someone else, there might be, you know, a thingo. And then when it is equipped, we do the visuals. So the animation happens before the visuals. So, like, it's all accessed at different times. And I don't... It's not... that, yeah. I would have try equip define. So... it kind of wouldn't? Well, it depends on the equipment PECS. Like, we would be like, can equip. Can we equip helmet? There'd also be other, like, you know, how many users need all entities would need the same function? Yeah, exactly. Like everything needs a can equip function. Everything derives from entity in the game. So it'd just be like can equip, find, equipable def, or equip def. You know, didn't find, return. Then I just ended with equipable definition. Well, the function, yeah. So the function would be callable on anything. There could be like helper tags that just say, you know, that are like pre-computed. So it's like, oh yeah, this has an equip definition. Let's just add a tag called equipable so that we don't have to do like, we don't have to check through the array. If something's never going to be equipped by anything, anytime, you know, and like equip definition is the last one in the array, we don't have to check through them all. We could just do a tag comparison or whatever. Reaction calls the fragment XYZ on U object definition calling character performance animation. Yeah. There's also functions like can equip anywhere. Like, can I equip this item to, like, anywhere on my character? And, like, if my head is already, you know, got a helmet on, can I equip the helmet to my foot for some fucked up reason? Or, like, maybe I'll call it a root definition. I don't know. Found it. Find valid sub-definition. So this would say, like, find by tag anything that has anything past the condition human. Like, if it was a human asking, whatever, and let's say, like, a horse could also wear this helmet, it would look through, you know, like, if the horse one was up here, it would be like, oh, no, we didn't pass this condition, so we're not even going to search the sub-definitions. Cool. And so this would just get all valid sub-definitions. And it would probably need to check each for valid anims /visuals. Because here's a funky edge case thing that isn't an edge case because I'm accounting for it. Can we equip a helmet to our own head if we don't have any arms? Like, if a character's missing both their arms, then, you know, they might be condition human and also tag head slot. You know, that's fine. We passed. And it's like the animation that, I mean, see, we could define it down this end. We could be like, condition equipper has at least one arm, you know? So that they can, like, actually pick it up. And then the anims would just have, you know, a left and a right, and it would figure out which one needs to be thingo. Rather than, like... This was something that I was debating doing earlier, which is, like, inferring information. from what is further down in the chain. Does that kind of make sense? But I guess we kind of know, like, yeah, you've got to at least have one arm to do this thing. And the condition is the equipper has at least one arm. Because even if we, as the equippee, have 0 arms, we can't pick anything up. Someone else that has at least one arm could put the helmet on our head. You know what I'm saying? So for any condition, it's basically there's a like target 1, the defined entity, and target 2. Or maybe it's just target array. Then we have a behavior tree. I mean, kind of. It essentially is a behavior tree. In, like, a weird way. Or not even in a weird way. It's literally a behavior tree. But without all the stupid overhead of actually being a behavior tree. You know what I mean? Because this is going to be running, like, often. The other thing, and I need to figure this out, if anyone knows, with using instanced objects, or instanceable objects, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Doesn't really think everyone else is kind of the same. Yeah, it is. It is. The only thing is that... I don't know. There are more stuff you can't equip with no arms. Wouldn't it be better to make the last dependable the other way around? Yeah. Yeah. Well... Yeah, yeah. The equipper has to have at least one arm. Because there are, yeah, again, there are 3. There's the equipper. There's the item, or the equipped. And then there's the equipee. Equipee? So the person doing the equipping, the thing being equipped, and the thing it's being equipped to. Equipee. Which is only really valid for equipment, specifically. I don't know if we'd need these 3. Or this would be like the querier. Querier. This is the defined, and this is the target. Do you remember the reverse payload? Yeah, I do remember. I've been thinking about all this, like, through the past week. It's just like, it's just been breaking my brain apart. Putting a bandage on yourself would mean that you are all 3 of those. This would be the bandage, but you would be the equipper and the equippee. If equipping a bandage was a thing, you know. If it wasn't like a use bandage, a usage sort of deal. But yeah, it would be you are the querier, the bandage is the defined entity that we're like, you know, looking for the bandage definitions. And then the equipee or the target is me as well. But then you could do, okay, it's me, person with one arm, asking this bandage, what, you know, like, and I also want this to be usable, for example, like, let's say I wanted to do a right-click context menu. It could literally just be like, okay, helmet, right-click, get context entries, which would just, you know, create a UI, which would then bind to, you know, I don't know, however the fuck it works. But it could literally just be populated by, you know, get all definitions. That would be like entry number, like the base entry. So, you know, helmet, equip, store, hold, you know, fill with, or like use, and then use would have fill with liquid if I'm near a river, or whatever. You want to find conditions as data with set of pre-supported conditions, or you want to use functions in some way to check them. So the other thing, this is like another, I feel like I just keep, I don't know, breaking my brain hole. A lot of stuff would have shared data. So like for example, the equip animations, for like pretty much like 99% of helmets, the equip animations are the same. And so the equip animations would be in a data asset, and every different helmet, even if the visuals were different, or the armor values were different, or one of them added like a point light to your head, the equip animations and the equip animation conditions would all be the same. You know, you need at least one hand to put it on and that kind of shit. The conditions are... I'm not really sure about the conditions. I feel like the conditions could just all be instance objects. So it's like condition, you know, species, and then just be able to enter a tag, you know, human, lizard man, condition, like another condition for helmet, right? Might be condition, not has horns, right? If a character has horns, they can't equip this particular helmet, but otherwise everything else is pretty much the same. Functions must be more flexible to the question ahead of this. Yeah, so they do use functions. Like da conditions, you know, condition base PP. Evaluate generic condition. You know, here's the entity, here's the defined. I'd need to add the target. Target entity object. And then you can pretty much infer, or maybe this would be a condition tag. What is generic tag? Gameplay tag, or gameplay tag container. So this is pretty much all that's needed. This is the context. So like the condition tag might be, you know, equipment head slot or something. Do you know what I mean? No, they don't using gameplay tag instead. Let the anime decide for that animation to use. Yeah, but at the same time, I don't really want it on that an MBP necessarily. I feel like there's just a lot of... I feel like having a data asset that's like soft referenced is the way to go. Because like, yeah, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. About game items plugin. Let me have a checkerino real quick. I am looking now. Da-da-da-da. Spell ice owns item. So we're doing and an or. Oh, those little icons are pretty cool. Yeah, and it uses fragments. It does have hard... I feel like what I'm trying to do is like one step above this. I know you guys can't see it, but... I feel like this plugin here is like one section of the thing that I'm trying to do, if that makes sense. So like yeah, the equipment stuff is would probably work well with it, but I need everything else to be the same thing. I mean, it might be worth like looking at how they did the little buttons, the toggleable buttons and all that kind of stuff. That's hella cool. Try to expand it. Well, I feel like I'd need to... I feel like I'd need to go the other way as well. I'd need to nest that. Or, like, move some of it to, like, a parent module. Spooky. But I mean, it really is just a static behavior tree, is essentially what we're, you know, what we're doing. Like a, let me just go to like one of the, let me save all real quick. Static definition base BP. Get function by tag. Get first valid sub-definition by tags, right? So like this, make sure sub-definitions aren't empty. Get the sub-definitions for each of them. Ignore the cast. That's just a blueprint thing. Evaluate all conditions. If all conditions pass, then see if it has these tags. I'd probably do this the other way around, actually. Well, it depends what the maybe there are no conditions. Empty? He's not empty. If he's not empty, do this. Blah, blah, blah. If false, then succeeded. Bam. Yes, I would want to do that first, actually. Or would I? No. I don't know. Anyway, if this is the one, get the first, blah, blah, blah. If this is the one, return true. If not, ask this one, do the, like, you know, recursive function until we find it, basically. And that doesn't need a branch. No, that does need a branch. Sorry. Because we'd then want it to ask the next one in line. So that should essentially be able to, like, search through equipment definitions. You know, it would look through... If it was just an empty sub-definition that only had a condition, just for the sake of, like, making it clean, it would immediately be like, yeah, okay, this succeeded. As long as it had, like, the same tags and shit. You know what I mean? Oh, no, it wouldn't even need the... Because they're looking through here. Everything... Would we need to... No, that should be fine, yeah. If that has equipment tag, that has equipment tag. If we get to something that doesn't have it, but why would it even be in here? Confusing myself. Flowgraph, modify behavior trees. I wonder if... Right, that's... What the fuck? Oh, right, you're being ballsed up. Right, that's a thing. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. So I'm kind of tempted to just, like, scrap all... Like, this is just a funky little prototype that I was doing. I'm tempted to just, like, delete this. Do it again. More organized. Proper. I like this. I feel like literally everything can be inferred by these three things. Where the fuck are they? Hello? Here? Here we go. The querier, the defined, and the target. I feel like all necessary information... Oh, and obviously a what's it called? A tag, like a context tag. Additional context. Or a query tag, or I don't know, fucking know. I feel like we can literally get everything from there that we'd need for anything like this. Maybe? I don't know. At some point you need to go for one way. It's hard to make such things as abstract as possible. Yeah, exactly. That's like, it's I just need to find something that works for me and what I want to do. And then... I don't know. I just don't want to program myself into a hole. Because that's like why I'm doing this in the first place. Is to avoid that. Because I know the pitfalls that I've run into previously. And so this way... It's like, you know. Who could be generalized a bit to fit any action? I'm not 100% sure. Oh, you mean as in like holding and equipping could be the same thing? I did used to, these were at some point the same thing. Like you would equip it to your left hand or equip it to your right hand. But it kind of... it got a little bit fucky. Because like... You know, something could be equipped on your head. Like a helmet could be equipped on your head. But it could also be equipped to your hand. And... I don't know. Oh, okay, you mean... Yeah. Action might have more properties, not only object equips. Yeah, see, and that's where, like, doing a payload... like an object payload... would be handy. Like... Queria... Oops. The defined, the target, Grip animation sounds not like a property of object, but rather a property of action itself. Yes. Yes, but... kind of. I mean, this could all just be wrapped in a payload. But then it's kind of annoying. So, like, I don't know, it's just fucky. I've got to, like, get it from the payload every time. Taking indicator action payload that describes additional thing. Yeah. But I don't know, I feel like I can do all of that with just a simple tag. Like, find... For example, like, get equip animation for this helmet. You know, if this is the queria, this is the defined thing, this is the target thing. The tag is to head slot. It would find the to head slot. The anims would know, you know, it would be able to sort, okay, is this equipping to self or equipping to another? Just by checking, you know, queria and target are the same. And then, like, for something like, you know, equip speed, or, like, the animation speed, the queria, we could just, you know, get property get property mobility, and then use that to, I don't know, thingo. Who freaking knows? Make parameters from function and object property. Yeah. Oh, nice. Let me check it. That's so dope. Let me, does that actually download, or just put it? Sorry, let me just get Discord. Yo, look at the paper. Yo, Prismatiscape represent. Nice. Hell yeah. Windy. So dope. So dynamic. Hell yeah. And sorry, I was gonna get Galvanics one. Nice. You could probably up the resolution a bit with the hand stuff. Just because it's like so kind of close in. Or sorry, scale the interaction zone. So cool. That's crazy. This way you can inherit object, add additional properties. Yeah. Yeah, instead of having to do crazy BS. I do like the payload idea. Payload is more edge case, you know. Then I have to make a payload with every freaking request, which is really annoying. I might do the default, you know, the query defined target, and then tag, and then payload is just an extra like additional payload. Because I feel like all data can just be inferred by the tag and the state of the three entities that are doing the thing. And that would just save me a lot of, like, you know, needing to do additional payload, but keeping the function being called completely generic. So I don't have to, like, override. Because I was running into a problem when I was, like, dicking with this. In, like, equipment definition. If I wanted to evaluate all conditions for, like, equipment-specific conditions, I'd have to, like, do cast to it, and then, if not, call this function, which is just, like, it's fucked up. So, yeah. How many times have you restarted your game? So you've been watching you for 3 or 4 years now? I've never restarted it, you know? I've rejigged it a little bit. I've gotten jiggy with it, as they would say. I've never done like a full restart though. And I don't feel like it's like a perfectionism thing necessarily. I feel like it's an actual I feel like this is like an actual necessary like upgrade, you could say. Yeah, yeah. All right, let me just fix up redirectors. Save all. All right, let me close. Am I leaving some way to customize them before processing? Yeah, yeah, yeah. What was I doing again? Git bash. Git add dash a. Yeah, git commit dash m. About to refactor the prototype definition system thingo for reals this time. Bam. Cool. Creative functions, each action class defines its behavior. So if you want to equip, you create an action object with 0 parameters exposed on spawn, then you just call execute this action object. Oh, okay. So the right. So the payload does the thing. The payload does. The only thing is that I know exactly what you mean now. I full get it. Full truth. So it's like the object does the search and all the whatever. Or like, you know, the payload is the thing actually executing the search and the telling the definition to like, give me this, give me that, blah, blah, blah. The only problem with that is getting returned information from it. Which you'd probably have to make that reverse payload, put like a payload variable in it, and then get that variable from the reverse payload to get generic information out of it. At which point you know what you're doing with it. Do you know what I mean? I feel like because this is never going to be doing things that I don't expect it to, you know? Reverse payload sounds like a dope skateboard trick. True. Yo, 540 reverse payload. I can't remember skateboard terminology. That is the whole logic of that approach. Keeping the deep dark hole airframe was too dumb, but more issues than it solved. Yeah, I feel like it would work for some things. I'm not sure if it works for this. Because I feel like in my case, I just want to ask the equipment like root definition I just want to be like, I just want to have some functions like, can I equip this, you know, can I equip this anywhere? Can I equip this in this specific instance? You know, can I equip this to this target? Yes or no? Like, yeah, there's just, and then like, you know, execute on equip visuals to this target and all that kind of thing. It's like pretty known things that I want to do for, you know, equipment definitions. And then it's like a pretty different thing for like holding definitions. Or like for interaction definitions or using definitions or like action definitions. I don't fucking know. Or like container definition. Like, is this a container? What type of container? You know, that's all the PECS system. Where like... Or yeah, like with the equipment example, maybe there's an equip action that's happening, but I just want to pull what animation do I use? So there's like a generic, you know, equip item action, but we pull the animation from the equip to equip from human to self. You know, do you know what I mean? We can just pull that info from the, like, you know, through the tree out the other end. Using, like, recursion. Until we find the right thing. If we find the right thing. I guess parameters for a quick action. I don't really know if there needs to be extra ones, though. Because it would essentially be... Can I equip this? Or, you know, if I said equip helmet to character, it would be like, okay, yes, you can do this. Play the action. It'll make the action object, you know, it's a temporal object, whatever. Then it would play that action. At the moment that the helmet gets equipped, it would do the on-equip, you know, branch of the helmet, fucking whatever, which would then update the visuals on the character. It would make it apply its armor values. If there was like a point, like a spotlight on the helmet, like a mining helmet or something, it would socket that to the character in the correct location, because the helmet actor no longer exists as soon as you put it on. It gets merged, the mesh gets merged into the character. The helmet actor is just yeeted into oblivion. And there need to be ways to do that and that kind of thing. Same with like unequip. Unequip would need to be a whole fucking thing. These are parameters for equip action which are exposed on spawn. Yeah. But that's what I mean. That's why, like, I think the generic function... Yeah. I don't know. There's an ad about to play. I'm gonna pee and get some water. And then we will purge all of the... What's it called? The little dick around I did, and we'll start it for real. I'm back. Function limited if you want to add some extra parameters, so you make them more versatile in terms of querying. You cannot query everything with one function. If you make exclusion casts for each query, then you can add exposed variables, which substitute for function parameters, get precise behavior. Yes, but conversely, this system isn't really about executing behaviors. It's more, it's kind of just like it's more like how you just define variables on a thing, but you end up with like a million, you know, like different variables with stupid names, and like 90% of them are just empty, you know. It's like, okay, I have this helmet. What's its equip animation if human to self? Oh, it's this animation. What's its equip animation if human to horse? It's this one. And it's just like, you know, you end up with like, you know, every possible case. Hello. Ooh, coffee. How you doing? Are you bored? I am now. Oh, which one? Is it over here or? Pencil. Do you need it? Can we get a bit of appreciation for moms? No, this isn't Fran. This is Amethyst. You're not that old. Huh? You're blurry. Hello, blurry. Hello, blurry girl. You sure that's his mum? Looks too young. See, someone has manners. Lada has manners. What kind of pencil was it? Ah, mechanical pencil. I don't know. You sure it's not like in your laptop or something? Or like on your laptop? I don't know. Bad luck. BL. BL. You're officially a streamer now. She says no. She's not a streamer. Yeah, the coffee's really good. Coffee's very good. We should still appreciate our mothers nonetheless. Yeah, I mean, there was no... It wasn't, like, prompted by anything, obviously. It was just, like, a general, you know... appreciation. I don't think my mum would be awake at like midnight any day of the week. All right, back on topic. How the thing about streaming, right, is that you have so much information, but then you get ideas from everyone, and it's like everyone's ideas sound good, and they all have like their, you know, like their merit. They all have merit to them. And I just don't know what... I don't know. Add crypto. Add crypto. You know what? That has its merit. Yeah, you know, there's, there's an argument to be made about... Prismaticoin. For real, for real. Alright, let's go. PECS. Entity object, living being entity object. This doesn't even need to be a real thing. but whatever. Entity data. Thumbnail data, any static data BP. This is the original one, kind of. Is that even being used anywhere? I mean, the whole game is kind of uprooted at the moment. You know, that's equipment create. Okay, so I guess it is sort of in use for some other shit. Alright, any definition. This can all be yeeted. Static definition, blah 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 blah. Okay, yeah. I wanna yeet that. I wanna yeet all of this. Delete. Yes, delete. Delete the 3 folders. Movie-based humanoid. What is even scaling mesh merging handler? Conditions, functions, dummy equipment. Oh, you know, fuck you. Yeah. It's because the dummy equipment was derived from a thing. It wasn't actually the thing. So these should all be empty now. Therefore, oh, then what's in here? Okay, now that's all dead. You're gone. And you're gone. Alright, there we go. What's Pris entity composition system? Well. well. We've kind of figured out, through discussion, it's essentially like a mix between... it's kind of like the actor component, you know, what do you call it? Diametric, duology. What's the word I'm looking for? The actor component. It starts with D. Does it start with D? Not dynamic. The actor component... Dichotomy? Almost? Almost? The actor component... You know... Not architecture... What's the word I'm looking for? Or like the... Dorito? Duality? No. It's, maybe it doesn't start with D. Diameter. The actor component. Paradigm. It has a D in it. Paradigm. So it's kind of like the actor component paradigm. But the components can have components. And it's also like a behavior tree, but a static behavior tree. Or like a branching. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like that. It's a data definition schema. Yes. There you go. Data definition. You know what? Data definition is literally, that's what it is. It's a data definition system. So that entities, which is like the course, you know, everything in the game is an entity. Aside from like some terrain mesh, you know, like these rocks aren't an entity. They probably fucking should be though. Like, because you could pick that up and throw it at some dude. The cliff isn't an entity, right? Or the landscape isn't an entity, but literally everything else kind of is. Which is represented by a U object. But they need to all have entirely modular behaviors. So the 3 examples that I kind of explain it with are are character acting as item, store character in crate / bag. Use character as weapon. Chicken, egg, launcher, LMAO. Use character as equipment. This would be like chicken glider. What was the other one? I guess like using item as inventory, nested inventory. There was another one that saying that it'd be possible to stuff people in bags. Yes. And then throw them down a hill. And for that to like actually deal damage through to them. Or you could put like someone in a barrel of gasoline and they would drown in gasoline. If it was full up past where their head would be, you know. Or you could like smuggle a criminal into a city with a shipment of crates, you know? Unless the guards actually checked every crate individually. There was another stupid example that this fixes. I said it like at the start of the stream. I had like 3 things that I kind of said, but equipping items in multiple different ways. For example, blanket can be worn on head, around waist, around shoulders. Or on a horse's back, but the horse can't equip it to itself. There you go. Code's universe. Exactly. System to describe how player and game entities can interact with other game entities, but it's declarative, so you describe things instead of coding everything. See, like, why can't I just talk like that? Why don't I ever just, like, talk like that, you know? Like, that's what I should say. It's a declarative thing with stuff. So it's basically, can I do this thing? There's a bunch of conditions, and we call the function here, you know, get equip animation, given this context, bam. This has been equipped, you know, this person has equipped this thing to this person. Here's those references, update the visuals. You know, if it's a hat, it might just get socketed to the head. Easy. If it's a helmet or like a mask or something or a bandana and it needs to be like skinned to the character, it can then get merged into the character with whatever meshes it needs. You know, if it was a helmet but we equipped it to a horse, if for some reason it could be equipped on both Maybe there's like horsemen, like horse people with horse heads. But then there's like four-legged, you know, horses. They could both equip the horse helmet, but we'd need different meshes for both of them. And they would, like, you know, cover different parts of the body. Well, actually, they probably wouldn't. The equip animations would be different. So, yeah, we'd probably do a branch here and whatever. So, it is kind of like a behavior tree in the way it is structured, but it's more for just storing and defining data. And yeah. And then for like player interaction stuff, the player can just right click a thing and be like, you know, are there any, or like, you know, get all definitions, get all base definitions, put that in a list. You know, there's equipment definitions, we can hold it, we can haul it if we can't hold it, but we can like drag it around. Or if it's like a wheelbarrow or something. Or maybe that would be like an interaction, defined interaction or action or something that would then, you know, so then it could be like right click, equip to self, and then where we wanted to equip it to. So like, for example, a longbow, we could equip the longbow to our left shoulder or our right shoulder, like, you know, put it over our arm. And when it gets equipped there, it might, you know, apply encumbrance. So that, you know, if you've got a bow, like, strung over this shoulder, then any attack you do with this arm is, like, slightly slower or less accurate because it's like, you've got this fucking longbow on you. Or you could store the longbow in a longbow holder, which is on the side of your backpack. You know what I mean? Which would be stored. And it would be like, okay, what things does it blah, 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 blah. And if it was a gun, and you could sling the gun over your shoulder if it has a sling attachment, and then that gun would need to be able to store bullets inside it that, you know, the shoot action references. It'll be like, okay, here's the gun, it's trying to shoot, get the bullet that was in the gun, you know, spawn it. The bullet has a bunch of, you know, projectile properties. The bullet has damage. It's at this thing. It hits the person. Blah, 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 blah. So, like, yeah. 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 What's with the bots today? Oh my god. They're just cranking up my viewership, you know? Have I... Oh, no, okay. Someone already deleted them. Never mind. Does it disappear from this? Okay, yeah, it does, it does. But it doesn't disappear from my chat log. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's begin. So, our entity data. This is PECS entity definition system, or just definitions. Full stop. It's an entity definition system. Alright, let me just save. Okay, save all. Yeah. Let me just make sure we're looking at something nice while I do this. Let me just make it a bit. Just listing every combination you want it to support can really help simplify it down. Like you just wrote, block with 4 different cases. But if you list more, you could easily go through it then and validate if your system supports everything you want to do. Yeah, and like that's the initial, the test case is just going to be with the equipment stuff because it has conditions, it has a bunch of different data that needs to be accessed and or executed and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Alright, entity definitions. Let's create a new class. This is a PECS entity static definition. PECS entity definition base BP. Okay, so what does this have? It has debug text, has condition stack, function stack, sub definitions. I might do... See, this needs to be a C++ object so that these can be instanced objects. You know? Actually, does it? Hold on. If I just did PECS definition, static definition, object reference, plural, compile, and I did subdefs, blah, 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 then, yeah, okay, so that's in the fuck zone. There's nothing there, because, whereas this is like, okay, this is a thing. I wonder if this is another... I just... This bit here that I'm thinking of is a little bit overkill. But I was thinking, given like, I don't know, let's say like everything after here was the same as a different object. I mean, how much like memory does this take up? Not much, because it's literally just like some instanced objects and some fucking parameters, and everything's like referenced to a data asset anyway, so maybe it doesn't really matter. Oh, and okay, a cool thing that I realized is that I can basically use child classes as like templates, you know? So I could be like sub definition, PECS, you know, helmet template equipment definition, and do that, and it would already have a basic branch set up for like a helmet all ready to go, and then I can just like change, oh, the visuals are this, but all the animations are like already entered in there. Obviously it would be a completely different thing. Unless... No. No, it would be completely different. I was just thinking, like, is it possible to... I don't know. I don't fucking care. Fuck it. Tyrannosaurus. Hello. Every time you scan, every activity is gained an entity. So any entity can do or reference or be referenced by anything else, regardless of what the entity is. Character, gun, horse, tree. Each has a necessary variable. But how would you not end up with a million unused variables if the topmost layer of entity doesn't provide any unified setting variables? What benefit is it offering? So the base entity has... It has a few things that everything would inherit, but everything else is just like an object in this array of stuff. So instead of core, the old item system, equipment, equipment, not equipment items. Armor items. Torso, breastplate, this one, blah, blah, blah. So instead of like having, you know, like entity static mesh, entity scaly mesh, this is just for like things like swords that are like one mesh, but it has to be a scaly mesh for whatever reason. You know, empty variable, empty variable. You know, a breastplate isn't a container, and so it doesn't really need container variables and whatnot. And yeah, it's like it's just like a pure composition system. So nothing like inherits from anything, or inherits very little from entity. But it's more like, can we do this thing? Or you know, tell me, how do I explain it? It's like we can say to a character, look for something equipable to the head. And it will just, you know, search any entity. Maybe there's like tags to make the search quicker and whatnot. And it can just find something to wear on its head, or a list of things that have an equipment definition that is valid for, you know, the querier. And then maybe the AI can evaluate, oh, this is like, you know, there's a pristine helmet, but it's currently being worn by my ally, you know? So like, maybe I don't want to go and grab it off him. Because that would be dumb. But you might want to. But yeah, it's just about like conditions and alternate like outcomes, which is really hard to do with inheritance. Because like as soon as something inherits, you know, is equipable, or like if you've got a more like typical equipment system where like you've got entity, or you know, you've got item, and then you've got equipment, and then all equipment has an equipment slot that it belongs to. So like helmets belong to the head slot, armor belongs to the body slot, you know, boots go to the leg slot, whatever. It's like, that all works. But if you then come across something, and so you write all this stuff to like deal with like, okay, yeah, when this gets equipped, we like update the visuals of the character, and it applies these like armor values and whatnot. But then it's like, okay, well, what if we wanted something to be equipable to both the hands and the feet? You know, like you can put socks on your feet, but then you can also put the socks on your hands and do like sock puppets or some bullshit. Then it's like, how do you derive from equipment and add extra variables and leave, you know, the equipment slot blank and just have an equipment slots array as an added variable? Or do you go back and change the array, change the equipment slot enum to an array of equipment slot enums, and then you change the equipment meshes to an array of equipment meshes using an enum as a, you know, as a sort of thingo? And it's like, okay, well, that would work. And that's where I kind of got. But then it's like, what if the socks glowed in the dark? And it's like, when they get equipped to either the hands, if the glow in the dark socks got equipped to the hands, we'd want to spawn a point light at each hand. But if they got equipped to the feet, we'd want to do it at each foot. So do we then do a subclass of multi-equipable thingo that when it gets equipped to these slots. We have like 2 sockets that we put. It's just like a bit messy. And kind of scary. And then it's like, what if lizard men can wear the socks? You know? What if lizard men can wear the human socks, but it needs a different mesh? So then does each mesh need a different, like, special variant in an array within an array within an array? Or would it be tidier to do like a, you know, kind of like almost like a behavior tree or like a nested definition system, which is what I've kind of arrived at. So like blanket is equipable on a horse on its back. Here's the, you know, the animations that we use to equip it. Here's like the final meshes that we use. It adds these properties, you know, it provides armor to the horse in these locations, blah, 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 blah. The horse can't equip it itself, so the equipper has to be humanoid and have at least 1 arm so that they can play the animation. If their arms are being cut off, they probably can't put a blanket on a horse, you know? So that would be a condition. But then blanket, if human, equipable, can be, you know, you could hold your hair up with it, you could use it as a bandage, you could wear it as a turban, if it was, like, small enough. You could hold it around your body to keep yourself warm, you know, and that would disable the use of the hands because you're, like, doing this thing. There's just, like, all these kind of edge cases and shit. You could just tie it around your waist, and it wouldn't provide as much warmth. And maybe when it gets when the visuals get decided, it's like we've got this wrapped around waist mesh, but then we use like Niagara ribbons to do the end pieces of it. And so like if this was all collapsed, it would just look like blanket equipable. Is that kind of, yeah. I hope that makes sense. Can't you shader deform the socks? Yes. Will I? Probably. Also, Peak, sorry, I was in the middle of like a big rant. Or not a rant, like a big rave. I was raving. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? How's Slopey Boys going? Where are you at with Slope Crashes? I haven't tuned in a little bit. I've been a pretty busy boy. Busy bee. Sock puppet meta. Hell yeah. Yeah, I do want to, I don't know, I want to add stupid little things like that, like equip shoes to hand. And for it to actually, like imagine like you've got some pointy shoes, right? And then you, like pointy metal shoes, like Greaves or like Sabatons or whatever. And like you go to equip and you see the option equip to hands, you know? And you're like, I think as a player, if you saw like equip shoes to hands, and then for it to actually like deal damage, you know, because it's spiky, for it to actually like, you know, you're like a lobster, and you're pincering people with these boots that you've spiky boots, or like climbing boots, and you put them on your hands, and you play this dumb like attack animation, but when it hits someone, it like makes them bleed really badly. That would just be funny as fuck. Or using a helmet as a bowl. So like you've got like a Norman style, you know, like the helmet, and it's just got like the little nose piece over the front. If you got one of them and you used it to boil soup, Like, you put the helmet on the fire, you put all the water and the ingredients in there, and you leave it over the fire, and you cook soup in the helmet. And then you're just eating soup from the helmet that you were wearing just before. Yeah, the Jesuitu's little bells are ringing as they get here. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. I feel like that level of, like, bullshit is exactly what I want. Or what I need. Or at least the possibility to do bullshit like that. Like on a... On like a basic, you know, like a... I don't want to say like basic game. In like a more... in a game that is under control, basically. I still think this kind of system would be really, like, valuable, you know? Because there's just, yeah, like, if there's ever any... I don't know. I just want players to feel like they... Almost like it's Dungeons and Dragons, right? Where you can just do stuff because it's like... It's using imagination. But... You know, in Dungeons and Dragons, you can probably just say, oh yeah, I turn my helmet upside down and I fill it with water and put it on the coals and it boils the water. And that's like, oh, that's like so smart. Like, you know, blah, blah, blah. You use common sense and you have like survival instincts and like, you know, that kind of knowledge. Cool idea. It's just like interesting if, I don't know, at a point, if you define enough behaviors in a specific way, you can basically just do anything. Without having to program everything. That's the other important thing. Fane, thank you very much for the raid. I hope that the stream was good. Late for a meeting? Classic GameDev. Yo, Frostcore, how's it going? Indeed, you can also seduce dragons if you're a bard. Can you do that in your game? In my game, which is heavily under construction at the moment, enjoy this scenery while I talk about stuff. You would be able to technically seduce a dragon from inside its stomach while you're alive. You know? Like, you could be swallowed whole by a dragon, and then you could play your lute and, like, seduce the dragon from inside its belly before it digests you. I don't know what that... I don't know if, you know, that would be useful or not, but, yeah. Send the kids to Bard College. So, I don't really know about... I don't know. I don't know if I want there to be, like... The game is very, like, I don't know. It's not player-centric, but... I just don't know about, like, you know, with, like, offspring. Like, the time scale. Do you know what I mean? Because I feel like if characters can have children and they can grow up to be, like, old enough to, you know, fight and do all that stuff, then, like, shouldn't characters be dying of old age? And then why doesn't our character die of old age at some point? So it's, I don't know, it's kind of, it's weird. It's weird. you know? Yeah, this is from the game. This is the art style. It's just ignore that. These are just a few little angles. We were working on a water shader a little while ago. So that's why there's a river here. I think, does this... Can I actually... Okay, I do have a naked character. And I can still run around, which is great. We have text block, jumping. Bleh. Bleh. Oh, that's why it's lagging, because the dithering is being affected by the translucency stuff. Alright. Physics game, not quite. There's physics elements. Like ragdolling and some other stuff is like physics based, but all the animations are... They just look heavy. They're just like, they're keyframed animations. Yeah, this isn't really gonna function properly, but it doesn't look terrible. So they're naked because they're drunk. Technically, this character isn't drunk at the moment. Operative word. So as you can see, the game's very much in an under construction state because we're currently doing some... I don't even know how to describe it. We're just doing silly stuff. We're restructuring everything, like basically how the game's constructed in terms of how things are defined. You know? So just making sure that everything can have multiple uses. So you can like wear a chicken on your on your hand. Like you could wear a chicken carcass as gloves, right? And then you could go to a tavern and punch someone in the face with like a raw chicken as a boxing glove. And it would actually cushion the blow. But it would impart raw chicken germs onto their face, which is probably not ideal. Or, alternatively, if there was something really hot, like a hot plate or like a firestone or something, and you kept punching it with a chicken on your hand, it would cook the chicken. You know? Could the chicken wear me? If it was big enough, maybe? I don't know how a chicken would wear a person, though. You could... If a chicken had clothing that it could wear, so you can make, like, a chicken jacket, and that's, like, craftable, or someone or something can craft a chicken jacket, like a chicken coat, and you then killed a person and skinned them and tanned the human hide, because that would then have a leather tag, which means you could make any leather equipment, or you could use human tanned leather as, you know, an ingredient in a leather piece of clothing. So the chicken could wear you in a very roundabout way. But the chicken probably can't craft clothing. Do you know what I mean? But it's possible. It's possible. It should be a possibility. Can we use cats to silence our weapons? Put a It's like in the audio industry, a dead cat is it's like a fluffy sock thing that you put over a microphone to like reduce wind noise. It's called a dead cat. So I don't know, maybe that could be a literal thing. I mean, I guess you'd need to be able to impale things on a spear or a stick or something to cook them. Like cooking chicken on a stick or cooking a marshmallow on a stick. So I guess impaling things on sticks is probably a function that would exist. Think smaller points in my head during your descriptions? I haven't heard of that. I take a lot of inspiration from like RimWorld and Kenshi. But I kind of want to take that simulation game experience, like the simulation game vibe, but turn it into like a more personal, you know, action-adventure game. So, you know. Imagine it's like RimWorld, but like everything has an actual model instead of just sprites. And the combat is like real time and like, you know, skill based and heaps of fun. But it still comes with all of like the bullshit of like, you know, there was alcohol spilled on the ground and then the cat, you know, got drunk and died in the freezer in front of the heating vent and caught on fire. And then the stockpile burned down and whatever. They like I show the gun every time he shoot at meows. I think I know the I know like things about that game, but I haven't actually played it. It seems very unhinged from what I've heard. All right, I'm just gonna wee real quick, and then we'll get back to actually doing work. So, yeah. Hello, I'm back. I'm back in black. Hit the sack. Something, something, something. I'm smoking crack. I'm not. That's a joke. In Minecraft. It's a joke in Minecraft, but I am smoking crack. That's just a joke. Right, PECS. Entity data, entity definitions. Entity definition base BP. Okay, so this base BP is derived from PECS static definition. I'm going to grab you. Just a joke, to be clear. Exactly, exactly. It'd be nice if I... but do I really want to fucking... I could... But then I have to fucking... Do I just want to do this in... Like, no, because I can't do it all in Blueprint because then I can't use instance objects. So I guess for now, I think what I will do is just... Oh my god, why is everything frozen? Just a joke, to be clear. Exactly, exactly. Are you... Visual Studio, can you just, like, fuck off for, like, one darned minute? Please? Please? No, I think... I don't know. I think I will just do it in Blueprint for now. It's just kind of annoying because I'll have to cast to the Blueprint type. Or the Blueprint child class. But it's one node. It can easily be cleaned up after. Alright, everything is... You know what? Fuck you. Visual Studio, these nuts. And Unreal Editor. Oh no, you're alive. Okay, cool. Any definition base BP. So what does a definition need? What functions does definition need? Well, it needs a tag. So this is the definition tag. Gameplay tag container. Coolio. Is that what the UIWS water? No, this is my own water, which is part of the Prismatiscape plugin, which is my... You know what? Let's get a bit distracted. It's my global interaction shader system plugin thing, which is more performant than UIWS. UIWS uses like scene captures to do water boundaries, as well as I think the interaction gets done with a scene capture as well. Mine just uses predefined shapes. Pris debug shapes 1. So I use predefined shapes, draw them in a Niagara system to like directly to a render target, and then it you know does stuff from there. So here's like our water. Why are you so... Oh, right. Preparing shaders. So this is our water. You can see that like it has boundary ripples and whatnot. So the ripples will ripple off of, you know. Here you can see there. So ripples reflect and all that kind of shit. Bam, bam, bam. There's water velocity, which is done here. Very cool. Very similar to the wind system. Preparing shaders. Ignore that. Yeah, we do like fog or like, you know, UV displacement. Ripples, blah, blah, blah. Deform. Particle interaction. That's not part of it. And then, like, pivot painted foliage interaction. You know what I've been thinking since I dicked around with 3D render targets for the voxel paint idea. I've been thinking of doing like a coarse 3D wind simulation instead of a ground-based wind simulation. So that it works for like trees and stuff in like all dimensions. Or doing the capsule stuff. So like the capsule that pushes things away, like the reeds. Where are the reeds at? Well, they should be over here, but I've deleted them because I'm dumb as hell. The thing that like pushes this away when I get close to it. I was thinking about doing that in 3D. So that like if you jump over something, it will actually like still interact with it properly. I don't know, probably not worth, maybe in the future, but yeah. So yeah, that's my plugin that I worked on for quite a while. I'm a bit behind on like updates and bug fixes and like customer support requests, but like I'm so bad at like I'm like terrible at switching modes, you know? And I feel like I just haven't worked on my actual game in like months because I can only work on one thing at a time. I'm either working on plugin stuff and like solving people's problems with the plugin, or working on the game, or making and editing YouTube videos. And it takes me like a week to switch between modes. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just like I'm just fucked up. Aren't we all? Yeah, exactly. This is what it is, channel. All your tutorials learning UE5 is hard, especially since results take a while to see in GameDev, but your tutorials taught me how to get started on the cool stuff. I like that. That's a cool way of putting it. I think it is really important when you're starting to like just get results, whether they're like good or they make it to the end product. I think just getting results and like seeing programming something, seeing it function, and then being able to refine it. The quicker you can start doing that, you know, the more engaging and the more enjoyment you'll find in doing it. Alright, entity composition, entity data, entity definitions, entity definition-based BP. Definition tag. Oh, it'll be tags. Taga. Tags, multiple. Category is stat definition up here. You are instanced editable. We need a function called get first sub definition by tag. By tag? By tags. Probably tags. Alright, get first sub definition by tags. You need a tags. You are a gameplate. Tags. Tag container. Does it need to be a container? I guess, yeah, it does, yeah. We're going to get sub-definitions. We need to evaluate all conditions, or just evaluate conditions. Now, I might want to do some, like, dumb shit like and, or inverse, or something. But for now, it's just going to be condition, bam, whatever. So condition stack for each. These will need a function called evaluate conditions. There isn't one, so we need to go to here. Or just go to our... Right, we need to create a blueprint class of them. This is called PECS. Definition condition. Okay, so here's the thing, right? I've defined this as a data asset. But I really don't think the conditions need to be data assets. Because it's literally like condition type, variable that changes between, from thing to thing. I feel like the conditions should probably just be objects. Just derived from object. The functions and like the data collections and stuff should probably be data assets. Because it's like, okay, collection of animations, or this item's specific visual, visual thing, or multiple visual things. Yeah. Well, yeah, you know what? I think conditions should be objects. The real question, though, is... Alright, I'm gonna have to go into fucking Visual Studio. Visual Studio. Did someone say Visual Studio? No, not now. Fuck off. Alright. Blah, 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 blah. Definition function. H. So that's function. And the only reason I need that... The only reason I needed this is because I needed to be able to declare that variable in static definition.h so I can give it the instance tag. Imagine using VS when you have Notepad on your PC. True, true. Yep. While I'm in here, I may as well put in the fucking... the, gameplay tag container. Is it F gameplay tag container? Well, is it a... Does anyone know what this is? Tag container holds... Adding chances. Okay, no, that should be fine. And that would default to none. I guess we'll just see if it compiles. Fuck it. So this is then class definition condition. So if I change definition condition H, instead of being U primary data asset, you're going to go from U object? Question mark? Use VS Code, seems less chaotic. Yeah, like other people have said VS Code's better than this. I'm surprised no one's mentioned Rider already, Being consistent on such a large project not always easy for me. I admire you also +1 disco story Rider helps. Help my art so much. Hell yeah. I think yeah, I don't know. Ryder, I hardly know her. Whoa, Sov coming in with the juicy ones. Engine data, that doesn't need data asset anymore, but fuck it, I'll include it anyway, why not? Let's just see if this works. Oh, what are you? Unresolved external symbol. Capital tag container void imp blah shit blah 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 blah. Static definition. Wait, what? Oh, in the here. T-Ray. No, that should be fine. What have I done wrong here? Array of this object type. Condition stack. Line 1. Surely not. Is something to do with this gameplay tag? Gameplay tags module.h is included. Any brains? Any brains in the chat? How do gameplay tags get defined? Let me go. UE5. C++ gameplay tag container. I just want to declare the variable. You know what I'm saying? Which variable? Gameplay tag container. I don't want to specify anything. I just want it to be a variable that can be overwritten or, you know, changed in Blueprint. Yeah, that is right. Definition tags, da-da-da. Get anywhere, blueprint read write. That should be fine. Is there something else going wrong in here then? Okay, build.cs. Oh, let me. Right. Gameplay tag container.h. Shouldn't that be in the gameplay tags module though? You know what? Freak it, I'll do it anyway. I guess we'll find it out. In the build CS, where am I? Is this in... Yeah? Files from the module. Right. Okay. So this would be the... What's the fucking module called? Just gameplay tag module? Gameplay Ds? Just gameplay tags? Oh. No, go back. No, go here. Just boop. Boop. And then, no, don't you dare. No, fuck you. No. There. Bam. Ah, yeah, between. Yeah, my bad. Alright, let's see if that works. Build solution. I hate C++. Yay, everything compiled, and I only got the 2 usual errors, so that's fine. Maybe I should... I'll blueprint for now. While we're, like, you know, blueprinting. C++ is fun. C++ is so fun. I'm not being told to say this. So I need to make a Twitch integration plugin where viewers can suggest patches that show up in Visual Studio. That would be so good. There's a thing where I remember seeing it somewhere. Maybe it was in Boom's stream. There's a plugin called like Heat, where like something to do with heat, some kind of heat map thing, where like you can like ping the screen, and it will like as a viewer, as a Twitch viewer, and like then I'd be able to see it. I don't know how that would really. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, yeah. I guess I'd just set up where my screen is defined in the app, or whatever, and it would coordinate it and shit. Because that would be so good, because then you could, like, just, like, poke the text over and over until I look there. And maybe, like, write little notes, like viewer annotations or something. But then, obviously, people could just, like, write terrible things and put them on my screen, and they'd show up for everyone else. But I mean, they can already do that in the chats that are on the screen. So, you know. Or maybe it would run it as a command, which could then be audited by Twitch moderation. But it would be like !, ping, coordinates, screen coordinates, like pixel coords, and then the text, and then it would show up on my screen. So that way it could be auto-modded. That's... Why are we making games? We should be making fucking Twitch add-ons. Twitch viewer annotations. It probably already exists, honestly. All right, base definition BP, blah, 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 blah. So conditions are now what? Objects. PECS, condition. Entity. Where the fuck is it? Did it not? Condition? Is it not blueprintable? Am I dumb? Does anyone know where my brain went? Hey, can you recommend render target tutorial? How can I learn? It depends what you want to do with... Hello? Depends what you want to do with render targets. Do you want to... Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Definition, condition, C++, definition, condition, H, bam. UR, class, definition, condition. Ah, it's not. Right, because that's already from primary data asset, which is blueprintable. But here, blueprintable, blueprint type. There we go. Bam. I still heard everything open Visual Studio. Yeah. Oh, this also needs to be frickin' edit inline new default to instanced. You know? That's kind of the... Is it? Yeah. No, it is. Yeah, that's the whole fucking point. So yeah, that's the same what are they called? Specifiers? Specifier? For footprint and water interaction. I'd recommend... whose tutorial was it? Chris Zuko has a video about Niagara Grid 2D render targets where he like draws a bunch of positions to a thing. That would probably be the best starting place for that kind of stuff. To sort of like get used to how you like how you write to render targets and that kind of thing. The other option would be there's a tutorial. If you look at my old landscape interaction video, and there's like a tutorial linked in that one by Tommy Tran. It does like a scene capture method to do footprints and stuff. Also, new free marketplace assets. I forgot. I don't even know if I got last month's ones. Oh, Unreal 5.4 is released. Wow. No thanks. Marketplace, free stuff. Last month of shit? Yeah. I probably... why can I not fucking... This thing's terrible. Why is it so bad? Oh my god. Just fucking let me in the marketplace. There we go. Alright, what do we got? Free for the month. Free stuff system will change with Fab. Maybe? I don't... Oh, okay. Whoa. Okay. Okay. We've actually got 3 potentially useful things. And 1 that other people might find useful. Caves ruins. Cave ruins. Candles, yep. We've got some rocks and some ivy that is maybe custom. I swear I've seen it before. Bones, stairs, things, dark and darker. You know what? It's not the worst thing that's been free. I feel like with some like more detailed normals, like just a you know, more like this, but on there, they would look really good. You know what? Add to cart. Fuck it, why not? Beggars cannot be choosers. Fantasy Characters Pack. Whoa. Whoa, he's buff. Yo. Any furries in the chat? Yo, any Rockies in the chat? Any Stonies? It's actually a lot of characters. I mean, there's bits and pieces from here that... Like, these boots are kind of nice. Could yoink them. Probably be worth, like... Yeah. Big, long feet. You know what? Add it to cart. Fuck it, why not? Kind of stuff right now. Yeah, it has been for a little bit, actually. Temples of Cambodia. Ruins Interior Exterior by Scans Factory. Wow. I love nanite. That's a cool vibe. The moss on the water pools. I mean, if this is all... I mean, those stairs are nice, and these are, like, nice, and da-da-da. I'm not usually a big fan of scans, because they all use, like, unique per asset normal maps, instead of, like, reusing anything. But, again, beggars, not choosers. Looks relevant to my... Yeah, it looks like a nice, like, kind of jungly vibe. Alright, exhaust effects, whatever, and then Paris, whatever. I'll take it. Let me just yoink him real quick. BRB as well. One sec. Hello, I'm back, sorry. Place order. Price, $500. Discount, $500. Nice. Email has been sent to you. Cool. Thanks, Unreal. You're great. All right. Back to work. I want to finish the structure of this tonight. So, PECS, condition, definition condition, object, PECS, entity. Well, PECS. Is this going to be condition base BP? And like PECS entity definition, kind of dumb. It's just definition base, you know? And then we need a... I don't know whether to call it functions or data, because it can kind of be both. Like, we can kind of pull, you know, data from it, or we can tell it to execute a function. But it's essentially the same shit. I guess we'll find out. So condition-based BP needs a function, funnily enough, called evaluate condition. Evaluate condition needs 3 entity object refs. This is the querier. This is the defined, and this is the target. Then we have a tags, or context tags. Tag container. And then we have additional payload, which is just generic object. So this will just save me from having to do fucking, you know, construct object from class every single time I literally want to get the simplest thing from the condition. Or evaluate the condition. That should be it. Return. Success. True, false. Cool. We want... So here's something... Here's like a weird case. Again, it's not super relevant right now. But it would be nice to be like... You know... Cannot equip to self. Reason. You are not a horse. You know? Like if you go horse armor, right click, equip to, and... You know, get the closest entities that we could maybe equip it to. Well, I mean, we can never equip to self, right? That would always fail. That's an inherent failure. But what if, like... What if both our arms are cut off, and we right-click the helmet, and it says equip. Equip to self, or equip to the person standing next to us. That should still be there, but it should be grayed out. And it should say, cannot because you don't have any hands, because your arms got lopped off. Or you've been transmogrified into a chicken. You know? So maybe this should be like success type, or success, or like conditional failure, and then some conditional failure text that we can like accumulate for each context menu entry. Do you know what I'm saying? Are we vibing? I think conditional failure is like... I mean, even if it is an inherent condition, it's like, it's still a conditional failure. You know what I mean? Like, the condition is you're not a fucking horse. But what if we got transformed into a horse? Then we would be able to have... Well, we wouldn't be able to do the equipping. But, you know what I mean? Really stupid example, but... yeah. There probably needs to be a Boolean in here. Maybe not in here. No, probably on the other end. That's like... Go... Let's say we wanted to see all the possible things that we can do with this thing. And it's like, okay, if human, you can equip to your head or your hands. You know, you can put a boxing glove on your head or your hands. If a horse, you can put it on your left front foot and your right front foot and blah, 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 blah. But we'd never be able to see the horse ones because that branch here would fail. And it wouldn't even bother evaluating them. So we'd need a Boolean that ignores conditions, but still returns success or failure with the text. Does that make sense? That's like a down-the-line thing. I don't really give a fuck. All right, condition-based, blah, 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 blah. Let's just say it succeeds by default. I could do a thing and be like, ignore conditions with tag. Or, you know, like... So, like, okay, if I wanted to know all of the equipable things regardless of species, those could be, you know, like negative tags or something. That could be a possibility. Possible. Don't think you're going to get it right the first time, no matter how much you think about it? Yeah, well, I feel like... I feel like I've done my first time over the past, like, 3 years. And now I'm ready to think about it, because I've thought about it. I've, like, tacked things on over and over, and, like, gotten to the point where it's like, yeah, okay, an edge case on an edge case on an edge case, and it... it's just... yeah. Query entity, define entity, target entity. Cool. Evaluate condition, success, blah, blah, blah. Definition base, evaluate... Can evaluate all conditions. Bam. Oh, no, don't do that to me, you fuck. I gotta edit the name here. Evaluate... No, what? Yes. No? Yes, that's fine. Evaluate all conditions... this needs the evaluate. It's got to be the fucking cast to PECS condition. Yeah. All right, evaluate condition. Bam. We are gonna go schwam, shwam, shjam, shjwam, and schnam. Very good. This should never happen. That's fine. So that's going to loop over, blah, blah, blah. If any of these fail, Then we want to return node, you are success. You return false if all of them pass, or alternatively, if there are no conditions, is not empty. Yeet the old brancherino. If true, blah, blah, blah. If is empty. If not empty, false. Return success. Very good. Can I make this suck less to look at? You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. That looks better. Yeah, cool. Whatever. Who cares? Blah, 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 blah. Cool, cool, cool. So that will get all the conditions. Da, 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 da. So if we wanted to get first sub-definition by tags, sub-definitions... Well, first we'd want to evaluate all conditions first. Get first sub-definition by tags. Yeah, I guess this would need bam, bam, bam. But then tags... Well, do we need to do it on itself to see if conditions pass? Get first sub-definition by tags. Because this is like, get first sub-definition by tags, tags, equipment, head slot. Or helmet or something. But we're not looking for the horse's helmet. We're looking for the human helmet. If we are asking about this helmet and the target is ourself. You know what I mean? So I guess we do want to... But if we're asking this one, we probably don't have to do it on ourselves. So yeah, fuck that. Sub-definitions for each loop. This, unfortunately, has to cast to PECS definition base BP, which we can get rid of when this is all nativized. And then for each of these, evaluate all conditions, and then, you know what, maybe do the tags first. Definition base BP tags. Yeah, definition tags. The is that even, or is this the context tags? I don't fucking know. What would this be? Tags contains all. Or has all. Has all tags. So if we were saying get the first sub-definition is equipment definition is equipment PECS is blah 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 blah. Does this have all of them? Does this have all of them? Bam. Exact match, probably not. Because if I wanted to say get first sub-definition by tags, and literally just like equipment, you know, equipment slot definition, whether it's head or hands or whatever, that would be like, so this would be definition tags, blah, 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 blah. This would have, so maybe it does have to be the other way around. This is the tag container, this is the other. Does equipment, blah, 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 head slot have tags equipment, you know, equipment slot with no extra one. Yes. Bam, bam. This is so gross. Let me just, like... I regret. I regret not doing Payload. It's not too late, though. It could be a default. The default Payload could literally just be this. And that would just save doing this. Yeah. That would be class Payload, blah, blah, blah. And that would have its things, which would then go into here. What do you guys reckon? Payload object or raw dog? The annoying thing is that this is like... For anything that ever needs this, I have to like fucking redo the functions and shit. But it's not that bad. And then I can just go... Querying entity, blah, blah, blah. I could do it as a struct. Ooh, I could do it as a struct. I kinda hate it though. No, not K2 nodes. No, please. No. Please, no. I beg. I am begging, not the K2 nodes. I'd rather be eaten by a K9 than learn K2. Haha. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a payload's not a bad idea. Because then again, it can be changed without having to, like, fuck eyes, you know? Definition payload. Base payload. Because what would use that? Evaluate all conditions. Oh, we need to do this to evaluate all the conditions. Cool. If we wanted to get the definition by tag, we need to put in this info. So then we can evaluate all conditions using this stuff and get the tag and the fucking... You know what I mean? Can I point that this is the last time I rebuild the game? I mean, if I knew K2 nodes and C++, that would be the last time I'd ever do anything. That would be the last stream I ever do. Because I would probably punch myself in the head so hard that I would remove my head entity from my body PECS. You know what I'm saying? I think I do just want to do a payload. It's a bit fricky this way. We print class. This is from object called PECS Definition. Payload base. Variables. Querying entity. Entity object. A new one called defined entity. Another one called target entity. Another one called query tags. Tags. Tag container. Cool. These are all exposed on spawn. 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 Cool. And then in definition base, blah, 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 blah. We don't need additional payload. We just say fuck you and fuck you. And do we want to get definition by tags in the query tags? I guess so. So the input is literally just payload, PECS payload, base BP, object, payload. Oh, fuck off. And then we can just get it from here. So like tag, query tags, bam. Into the hole. Cool. We can then... Well, this would just be payload. Bam, 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 bam. Object. Payload. Payload base BP type, blah, 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 blah. And then in evaluate singular condition, again, it's just a payload. Oh, fuck. No, fuck you. You're just payload. Payload PECS. 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 Bam. You're just regular payload. So then we could do like an equipment specific payload and it can just cast to it in the function. Cast to equipment payload, get the extra variables out, do all of its shit, return success or not success. Payload. Bam, bam. Evaluate condition. Yeah. Cool. Nice. So evaluate all conditions. We'll get this thing. Get its condition stack. Evaluate the individual conditions using this context. If any of them are false, return as a negatory. And then if it completes, it means we got all of them. And if there are no conditions in the first place, success. Oh, fuck. All right. Condition-based BP, you can fuck off. So, get first valid. Get first valid. Sub-definition by tags. So what's it going to do? You're going to get payload. Bam. So does it have the right tags? Or does it have all the right tags? I guess. If it does, cool. Evaluate the conditions. If that succeeds, then that is the one. Fuck, wait, hold on. Not this. Oh no, the payload is the same. But this needs to be swooshed out here. Swoosher? So guys, this will become hell. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's not. It's not bad. It's not. I swear. I swear I know what I'm doing. If this succeeds, then we return the definition, which is a PECS definition. PECS definition base BP. Cool. However, if it isn't the right one, do we even need to, should we do conditions first? No, I guess tags is cheaper. Although if payload is just payload pointer, then it's not really. Maybe this is cheaper. No, there's a bunch of conditions. If it's not even the right fucking type, then yeah, fuck it. Okay, so this is false. Then we want to call this recursively on this one. Getting a bit scary here. Recursively call that on this. Get first valid subdefinition by tags. Now I could do a success here, or I could do a valid. Is valid object. Yeah, whatever. If it is valid, return the man. If it isn't valid, then we would end up going to the next one in the upper branch, which is here, this loop. So this function recursively gets any nested subdefinitions by tag. Bam. Beautiful. Recursion, so like, I don't know. Do you guys ever get tingles when you do like recursive functions? It's just like, ooh, you know? So this is da-da-da-da-da. If that goes false, that goes back to here. If this completes, then we're in trouble. It's an invalid definition. Yeah, I always feel like with recursive functions, yeah, that it's just gonna like, you're just gonna explode. So if that's invalid, then this loop continues. So give us validated by tag, query tags, is this in there? Bam, 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 bam. Okay. If that was false, then fuck it. We go to the next one. If it was true, evaluate all the conditions. If the conditions aren't... This is on this. Right, so the conditions passed, but the tag wasn't exact. First valid sub-definition by tag. Am I gonna need to... Let me see how I would tag these, right? Like something really stupid, like cowboy hat, equipable. This is... No, I don't want to save. This is tag dot definition dot equipment? I don't fucking know. Definition dot equipment dot equip? I don't fucking know. Now you see, this would be a sub-definition that's just acting as a branch. So it would just need the same as that, which is a bit fucky. But then, oh, here we go. Definition equip dot equip slot. And then an additional one, PECS equipment neck. And so I could query, look for any definition equipment equip slot. It should be equipment, but whatever. Equipment. Meant. Equipment. So if I said look for anything with tag definition equipment equip slot, so I'm looking for any equip slots, it would be like, okay, get the equipment definition. It could even like look through every definition, just like the definition array. It doesn't even need to know like equipment definition and then go from there. We could literally just call it on, anyway, whatever. So then it would say, does it contain definition equipment equip slot? It wouldn't contain that if it was an exact match. If false, will include parent tags while matching. So I think that should work, because we're asking, does it have definition equipment equip slot? But it's like, okay, well, it has definition equipment. Cool. We go in, blah, blah, blah. We go to here. Does it have the tags? Yep. Does it pass the conditions? Yes. Is it the exact match? No. Oh, no, but then that would be the first... It would be like, this is the first one. That's the one that would get returned. We want it to return the first one with the entire tag. Which would mean that we have to do exact match afterwards. To be like... Yeah. Because we want to keep going until we get one that has at least it. And then we could do get all. And do the same branching behavior. With condition functions. You know, if human has at least one arm. Not dead. I don't know, whatever. These are like functions that aren't they're functions that aren't just taggable, you know? They have like values to them. So then if we went to here, then it's like, okay, we've got definition, equipment, equip slot. That would be the first one that we get because it has the entire thing. Even if we did definition, equipment, equip slot, something else. No, we do want, yeah, okay, so we do want exact match. So if this does the thing, success, true. If success false, then we don't fucking care. If the conditions didn't pass, then YOLO. It would be here where we'd want to do... So maybe we do conditions first, now that the payload is simpler. I can just do payload here. Query tags. Oh. Move this cheeky little boy over. We'll sandwich that. Do a burger. You are going to live over here now. Whoop. Available conditions. You're going to happen first. Like this. And you can just do that. Very nice. Alright, so if conditions passed, continue on. If false, then we're not... This isn't relevant at all. Might want this to be skippable if failure is non-inherent. Example, character is incapacitated temporarily. Cool. This mess up here. Static definition object reference. Oh, you're coming from this, aren't you? Okay. So you need to go here. Zwoop. Branch. Da-da-da. You go to there. Oh, yikes. Let's do this. That's gross as fuck. That's why I like it. Haha. Very good. Let's get an ugly ass though. Could do this. Can instanced objects have... No, they don't have constructors, do they? Ah, that would be so nice. Unless... Alright, C++ nerds. If I've got instanced objects, can I write a onConstruct function that gets called when certain values get changed? So for example, if I was like writing a branch and I then added or like changed definition equipment or blah blah blah, or added another one called like poop, then it would propagate down all of its sub things to include poop. And then this would be like PECS equipment, neck, blah, 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 poop. Is that a thing that's possible with instanced objects? And it's reconstruction might rerun. Yeah. Post edit change property is an overrideable function for when a property changes. Ah. But I'd need to like... I need to wrap that to I need to do post edit change property as a post edit change property would call a function that I declare in C++, but make that function that it calls blueprintable. So it would... I'd be overriding the function that post edit change property, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that would work. And then I could just do a function, da-da-da, Major Blueprint native event. Yeah. The function that I declare that it triggers. And then I could do something like get all subdefinitions and add tag, or I don't know. Don't even go BP. Yeah. I mean, for what I want to do, I could do it with C++, I guess. But anyway, not worth. Most of the things that I'm going to do are going to be done from template objects anyway, where it's like, you know, write a helmet base definition thing where it's like, okay, helmet definition, it's already got conditions, functions, sub-definitions already defined. And when I do that in the definition thingo, it will like auto-populate that thing. Ooh, I could like really fuck myself with that. I could do an infinite loop by I just need to be careful, obviously. Yeah, but I don't know. Leave the VP function before packaging. Yeah, true. Or I could do... Oh, no, yeah. Yeah. Because it is just to change the data that I'm putting on, you know, the definitions and stuff. Has all tags exact match. Blah, blah, blah. True. If it is exact match, I want to return true. If it isn't exact match, I want to do this again, but not exact match. And if that is true, can I do like a case thing? Has all tag. Is there like tag? Like compare. Tag. These are other tag containers. Case 0. Add case. Case 1. Da da da. Case is a container. How does this make? No. Make. I mean, it's not really worth. Fuck it. I'll just... This way's a bit fuckier, but like, YOLO. You know what I'm saying? If I do this, then it looks nice. Haha. Oh yeah, that looks snazzy. We are snazzing. Schnazzing the schnoz. Alright, and so, if you yeet up there and you continue on straight as an arrow, if it's an exact match, this is our first definition of blah blah blah. If it's a partial match, or like the parent match, then get the first subdefinition by tags from that one. If that isn't a match, then we know we've failed. Like, the conditions were all like, yeah, hell yeah, but it's the wrong fucking... It's the wrong tag. And then if this fails, then we would continue the next one. If it does succeed, then we're good. And this is this function. And the pay... Yeah. Okay, so, recursively get all the shit. Recursively do everything. Respectfully. Respectfully in brackets. There you go. Looks nice. Yeah, you can keep going out here for a bit. So let's get first valid subdefinition by tags. So that would get it until it's the exact thing. Now I'll have to. Maybe this should be has any tags. Because if the exact tag we want. Oh no, sorry. This should be has any tags. Because if we're just looking for equipment, blah, 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 head slot, and that's a different... That's like a secondary tag in the container. The first ones aren't going to have that, or anything to do with that. So maybe that should be has any. Has any tags. Which would be the... Does the definition tag have any of the query tags? Not exact match. Yeah. I'll just leave that one hanging about. That should be fine. Condition-based BP is all good. Cool, cool. So we could do a child class of condition. PECS condition is, target is of species. And then the function would be evaluate condition. Payload these nuts. Payload, get the target entity. Target entity, get fragment. No, what do they call? Get definition. Blah, 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 blah. Get the fucking... would it be static data? It's not necessarily static data, though, is it? It could be composite data. This would be the base. Fuck, there's gonna be so much nesting. Oh, you can do it. Okay. That's sick. That's sick. That's very handy. I'm trying to think how, long-term this would work, this system. I guess there would be the static definitions and then the dynamic static definitions. Or static definitions and dynamic. Or not necessarily dynamic. Do you know what I mean? I'd probably want to layer definitions on top of definitions. Does that make any sense? So, if we have an entity, we first search its dynamic definitions, or its... okay, we've got, humanoids, right? We've got humanoids, we've got humans, we've got lizard people. And they have their own... being a human or a lizard man has their own definitions, right? But both of them can be a blacksmith. So they have the blacksmith definition packet thingo. Which, I don't know, gives them extra strength, and they have, some different interaction options, or like, I don't know, only blacksmiths can equip fucking blacksmith hammers or whatever. So we just check the blacksmith one first for like any equip thingos, blah blah blah, and then fall back to the other one unless it's overridden. Well, yeah, I guess unless if we find it on the thingo, if we find any there, I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? You already said actors and components. Well, you see, the thing is that we're not using actors or components because they are, well, one, you can't nest components. Components can't have components. That's problem number one. Two is the memory footprint, because we want essentially every entity loaded at once. Like doing like a sparse delta time based simulation of the world. In like a list loop. So like in the close to the player area, the list is maybe like 60 entities that need to be updated or whatever, and it will just do one per frame, so that the delta would be 1 second on average. So for things like food rotting, or like blood, or like, you know, getting wet from the rain and blah blah blah, that would update every second. But then further out, it's like more stated like every like 2 minutes. But then everything's obviously represented by actors and components, if that makes sense. So like, yeah, a character will exist as an actor physically in the world, and they'll have components like mesh components and, you know, like the ragdoll handler component, all that kind of stuff, weapon tracing component. But in the background, everything's just objects, like the lowest level lightweight object stuff. What was I talking about just before about? Oh, right, with the overrides and stuff. Because yeah, there's like the human, you know, holding definition. So can you hold a human in your hand? No. Okay. But if there's like a, you know, what it means, you can use composition to designate that something has properties of specific thing. Yeah, and that's like what we're doing, but I'm just trying to figure out a nice way to do it with completely static data. So like no instancing. So rather than like, let's create 1 million characters, and for each of those 1 million characters, give them a list of like 100 definitions, and maybe like a default definition database or default definition list. And then some of them have different, like, override lists that override some of the other ones. And it just saves having, like, you know, 1 million things individually referencing 100 things. It could just be, like, a million things referencing 2 things. And not have to, like, you know, manually construct all of them. We could just be like, okay, character, they are of this species, of this race, of this profession, with this, you know, thing. And it would kind of like, you'd search through them. When you're looking for a definition, you search through each of those packets in order of, like, you know, of override. And just get the first one or something. Or you could even get them by tag. So you could say, okay, get your special definitions specifically. Or you could get the, I don't know, profession. Blah, blah. Human property uses payload, something human will use it at its property payload. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Properties that are instance only, some are static only. You see cases that are shared. Yeah, so that's the thing. There's like heaps of cases that are shared. Just like in general, like an example is like 99% of helmets have the same set of equip animations. You know, whether they're equipping to yourself or equipping to the other guy, the animations are like pretty much the same. But the actual, like, you know, the visuals of the helmets are completely different. The armor values are different. All that kind of stuff. So instead of copy and pasting the references to all the animations, they can all just reference the animation set data asset, which is just one pointer, rather than a pointer to every animation individually. That's like my thinking with a lot of this, because there's gonna be like potentially a million entities at any given time. So anything that can be shared should be shared. At least in my brain. I don't know. Solid practice. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's literally like coding 101. If it can be a function, it should be a function. Maybe. Okay, that's a bit extreme, but like, you know what I mean. So I guess there's like static definition or like base definition set, multiple like composite definition sets, and then there's like dynamically added and removed definitions, which is like let me think. Human never changes. Or like same between all humans, right? But then like under that you've got Fuck, it's like inheritance, but like not, you know? It's like inheriting sets of composition. Like you've got a blacksmith, a blacksmith, a blacksmith, and they have like a bunch of stuff, a bunch of things that only a blacksmith can do, and things that we can do to a blacksmith. But a blacksmith is a human. But then there's like this blacksmith. You know what I mean? So I guess the order would be this way. You know what I mean? I mean, okay, smithing skill is like a property. It's not a definition, but like, do you kind of know what I mean? We got one helmet that's different. 9% is just different kind of thing. Maybe it shouldn't override, but add its properties nearby. Yeah. The properties are the same type. One added last, have more precedence, override for one. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm thinking by like stacking lists of definitions. But like what, I don't know. I'm kind of like blurring the lines between definitions and properties here. But then, like, there can be, like, static properties and dynamic properties, and, like... I just want to die. I guess I'd need to have a... a property is, like, a variable that can change in the simulation. Like, all of this stuff is... None of it changes at runtime. Like, the definition of a human doesn't change at runtime. The definition of a blacksmith doesn't change at runtime. But the blacksmith's smithing skill can change at runtime. Do you know what I mean? So that's like a property rather than a definition. A blacksmith... Well, maybe blacksmith can smith stuff. Maybe you can gain the blacksmith definition. You know, if you learn blacksmithery. And that enables you to smith stuff. Or maybe a character changes profession. But that doesn't change the definition of a blacksmith. If that's instance editable, then when I do... Okay, let's just do a... Let's do a... miscellaneous data asset. Entity static data. VP. Cool. I just go into this and it's got like a bunch of shit. Static definitions, bam. PECS, definition base BP. That's an instance object, so I should be able to get definition tags. Do this. This is item fucking, I don't fucking know, whatever. Condition stack, bam. New condition. Target is of species. And then species tag. Put the tag in there, blah, blah, blah. Function stack. Sub definitions, put in another thing in there. Bam. Static definition, definition tag, whatever the fuck it needed to be. Condition stack, whatever, you know, do the thing, do the thing. Maybe there is no condition, because I've already passed it. Function stack, this is where we get shit from. Sub definitions, there can be 2 or 3 of them. They can be whatever. Cool. And they're all instance objects that can have their own things that need to change between everything. Yeah. Cool. Okay. I'm just going to do that for now, just so I can, like, test how conditions get evaluated and whatnot. Yeah, I do. I feel like this is. I think we're good. I think this is all gonna work. Because you know what I could do as well. Oh, do I? The last thing to figure out is how do I store this shit? Are these just more sub-definitions with conditions and shit? Like equip animations, you know, if this, do that, blah, blah, blah? Or is the visuals... Or are these all data asset functions that I can just pull shit from? Like in, you know, slot equipment definition, there's just 4 functions, which are tag, you know, definition, blah, blah, blah. Well, this would all be data asset bundles. These might be in the same data asset. It'd be called an equip animation data asset, which would be like this: human equip to human, human equip to horse, human equip to self. Because then we can go definition, equipment, equip slot. Dot on equip. And that would be the tag list. Do I maybe... do I need to separate functions and packets? Or like data. Functions and data. Like, visual shit is a function. Stat shit is data. I want to be able to get the stat shit from this when I get hit. But the visual shit is like, when equipped, execute this thing. And the animations are like data. You know, the action needs to pull, you know, find the equip animation, like query the data asset. What's the correct equip animation if I'm a human and they're a horse and I've got one broken arm? Bam. Is it still data VFX? Yeah. I mean, like, everything is data. I just mean, like... if I... Some things I want to pull. Like, I want to query... you know, what is... Like, what parts of the body does the helmet cover? Well, no, I guess in that case, the stat stuff, it would bind itself, or it would equip itself to the PECS, the equipment PECS, and then cover the character. You know, it would know what body parts it covers, and it would bind, or it would store a reference to those thingos, so that when we get hit in the face front, it's like, oh, well, face front, there's a helmet there. Let's deal damage to the helmet first, and then through to the head once it absorbs the damage. But it would need to refer to the stats of the helmet, the static stats. Like the base stats. And then the properties would... I guess this would even do the damage processing, you know? So that... yeah, this function would then pull properties and be like, oh, well, for this particular helmet, or like default armor, damage reduction, whatever, we get the durability property and use that to influence, you know, multiplied by the base damage reduction and the fucking blah, get the material that it's made of and, like, do all the calculation and shit. And that wouldn't be when equip happens. That would be, like, bind to coverage list thing. It's like, these are like functions. Do the things. Visual shit. For this equip case. Equip animations is another... well, equip animations is like data. Because, like, this doesn't play the equip animations. The equip animations get referenced in an action. Because that action can be interrupted and whatnot. It's not just like play montage, you know. We actually do an action at a point in the animation. The action, like the equip It's almost like a transaction. The equip transaction completes, and then we do this. You know, visuals, bind it, whatever. But up until that point, up until the helmet's on the head, we're just playing an animation in an equip action, and we're holding the helmet in our hands. But if we then get knocked out, then we either keep the helmet in our hands, and it's just equipped in our hands, or we drop it. And, you know, we never actually get to this point where we've equipped the helmet. There'd be like body coverage. Data. Oh, good, Crevere. Thanks for hanging. Body coverage for this equip instance. So, like, if we equipped it to our neck or our leg or our whatever, it would need to know. For this item, it has this body coverage. So, like, the blanket on the horse covers, you know, back 01, flank left, flank right, rump, whatever. Oh, my fucking camera died. But when we equip blanket around our shoulders, it covers all this, and it does whatever. So, like, this would need to reference this. Or find this from here. This point. What's the last little piece of this damn dumb puzzle ass? Equip slot, body coverage. The other thing is I could just do this, but no, because tags lets me go through the list with one query. Yeah, no, don't even think about it. Body coverage data. There'd be like damage mitigation. Or damage handling. But again, are these just functions and or data within the definition? Or are they just separate definitions? But where does the fucking asset go? Let me fix my camera, get some water. My voice is getting a bit funky. Anyway, I'll be. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone going? Did you miss me? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Where my hug at? Yo, where my hug at, though? Where my hug at? No, stop doing that when I press number 2. What did I say this? Oh, like, yeah, damage. Mitigation. Function. I don't fucking know. Yes. Yeah. I guess damage mitigation is kind of... Yeah, so my last thing to figure out is just like, how do all of these get stored and or executed and or recalled? Because if I was going to do something like get equip animations, blah, 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 I'd need to either cast to the equip animation data set, whatever, or interface. I guess if there was like a definition animation set, and then it was just like animations given context, blah, 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 that could then be used for equip animations. That could be used for picking up, putting down animations. That could be used for the hauling animations. Pretty much any animation that's definition based. Which would be fucking everything, wouldn't it? Shit. And that could... Oh, that's kind of sexy, though. So then we'd just be like, okay, get human next slot, equip def, get function by tag, equip anims, which is of an animation, you know, animation definition data asset class. And we then call a function on that. You know, get animation from context. You know, query defined target tag additional shit. That could be kind of cool. It could be cool and sensual, you know? Okay, maybe not that last bit, but... Yeah, I don't know. There's a few little things that... Like, is on equip a sub-definition? Is equip anims a sub-definition? Or is it its own data asset class? Where it's like, okay, equip animations for equipping a helmet. And all of the case management, like, oh, it's a horse, equipping it to the character, to the person. Is that handled by the data asset? Or should it be like, okay, next slot equipment def, look for the first valid equip anims. Or even just fucking equip anim. But then we're like referencing a lot of shit. Which doesn't end up being shared. Because we're just doing it, you know, like all this could be shared in most cases. And we could just make a data asset for edge cases. Or like make it, you know, a separate data asset for edge cases. I don't know, this is like the first time in like a couple of weeks that I've actually felt like it's like taking shape. Like I'm getting it now. Like I have a vision. I have brain. Alright, I'm in Blender for a tiny bit. Oh yeah, I was dicking around. I was doodle dicking with cloth simulation. Because I just wanted to like see... I don't know, like what is even doable. You know? In terms of like clothes and stuff. It's like this is... Oh no, this is the original. Density. You know what I mean? And then like bake that to a thingo. I don't know. Maybe just let me hide that for a sec. Maybe just make a shirt real quick. Oh, the character's not fucking... Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Let me just go... You know what? Let me duplicate the character. Dupe. And then apply your modifier. Merdifier. Oh no, don't apply the armature. Okay, whatever. Select the stuff. Make a fucking shirt of some description. Did you write the music playing? No, this is the old school RuneScape soundtrack. But I do write the music for the game, or will be writing the music for the game when there's a game, you know? Although, like, I wrote the, wrote and recorded the... If you've watched the devlogs, the music that plays at the start of the devlogs, that's one of my tracks for the game. Oh. Yeah, wait, what? Yeah, why? What? Why is that selected? There we go. Duplicate scale. that works in one. No, I can't do that. Alright, you know what? Let's inverse delete this. Right, if I had this and I unarmaturized it and I said no collision, how do I? What does this mean? Settings are inside what? No, fuck off. Yeah, but don't stop colliding. Collision, no. There you go. And then this is the... Oh, no, that's the actual armature. Let me just hide that for a sec. Alright, so we've got shirt. What is this? What are you? Select, like, vert? Fuck off. Get out of here. Alright, if this is on a character... Hello. And you are slightly embiggened. There's no real point doing... You know, let me just do that. And like, you go there. Bam, we just like, yeet, yeet, yeet. Delete this. Cool, whatever. It's a shirt. We get it. We get it. You're a shirt. You piece of shit. You piece of shirt. Relax, D. It's a bit short. It's a crop top. So if I had shirt and I just said, hey, let's do a... Just whatever, apply. Just fuck off. We do a cloth simulation. Cloth, hello. Cloth's inside physics tab. Okay, let's go to the physics tab. Cloth, quality steps, whatever. Defaults, angular, whatever. It's just... Okay, no, that is colliding against the body. It's like, this isn't really, like, exciting, right? That's not, like, doing anything. What's that saying? It's like, okay, yeah, it's draping off the character. Cool, good shit. If I subdivided it with a fucking subdivision service, maybe? Simple? More? Then did this? No, I'd have to do that first, right? Oh, yep, it does not like that. Okay, hold on. So now there's some, like, rippling in ripply places. The thing is, though, that, like, it's not... I guess it would need to be, like, what does the shirt look like before it's worn? You know? Like, shirt before being worn. Do you know what I mean? How the fuck... I don't have to do, like, the sewing and shit. Do you know what I mean? I mean, this is where, like, Marvelous Designer would be, you know, would be POG. Let me just do that down a bit. Oh, God. Yeah. It's interesting. Let me subdivide further. Ugh, gets angry. Bit laggy. Okay, so now it's just hanging. And there's like this kind of thing. And then if I unsub... No. I'd have to... Okay, well, that worked when I unfucked it. And it was like, okay, yeah, like here's the low poly. Or maybe that's just cached. I don't know. Would it be subdivided, or would it be... I don't know. It's very interesting, though. Yeah, then I guess you could get the low poly and bake the normals to it from the high poly. You know? That could be a vibe check. I wonder if, like, if you do seams, if it, you know, pretends that it's seams. What are the other cloth settings? Springs, pressure, cache, whatever. Shape, pin group, stiffness of the thing, sewing, max sewing force. But what does that like do? You know, what does it do? Oh, does it have self collision? Now it does. Okay, now it's kind of nightmarish. I guess because in here is all fucked up, but... Oh yeah, it doesn't like that. No self-collision. Collision objects is, yeah, the character. Property weights. Field weights. Cool. I remember seeing something like let me just slurp it down a bit, or just hide the man. Hide the man. Is that where shirt seams go? Across there. So this actually does stay there like that. This stays there like that. That goes up there. Then there is a... I mean, this would go like that, but I don't fucking care. This would be a seam. So yeah, anyway, and then that's a seam. So if this was like pulled apart, separate. Oh, but that's shifty? How do you fucking split? Split off geometry. Well, that has to be split. There's over. Mirrored. Mirror. Okay, well, fuck you then. That's fine. Yeah, I remember there being like, you like join. Oh, how do you fucking join verts? F. Like this kind of thing. I think that's the sewing. Surely there's a fucking better way to do that though. Oh, did you see that? It did it. It pulled it together. Although I'd have to do it with every fucking subdivided. Oh, that's gross. Where's Daman? Where's Daman? Yeah, where Daman at? How do you like split? Or is it tear? Yeah, surely there's a better way to just do this using the seams in the first place. Right? Otherwise it's dumb as fuck. Oh, actually, can you just do this? Oh, but that does a whole... Oh, actually, what if... Hold on. You just did this. Like, fill from here to here, blah, 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 using F. Right? Oh, it doesn't fucking... Can you J that? No. Can you fill... Connect vertex paths? Connect vertex pairs? No. What the fuck? New face edges from verts. But there's no edges here. That needs to be J'd, but then you could just do delete face only. You know what wait. Face. Delete. Only faces, and that would keep the edges. You know? fuck is going on here? Huh? Get delete. You know what I mean? So anyway, that would in theory sew together. But obviously it's been, like, fuckified, you know? That was marvelous design. Well, I don't know. I feel like this can almost just be done in Blender kind of nicely. In a weird way. Like if I just... Let me do another man. Apply that. Da-da-da. Collision these nuts, whatever. If I do another shirt. You know what? Long sleeve shirt. Fuck it, why not? Long sleeve shirt with danglers. Get the danglers going. And you know what? Let's go down to the butt. No, you know what? We'll make it a long shirt. Fuck it, why not? Long shirt, long sleeves. Cool, cool. So then if... what are these from? This is always there. Oh. Hello. Right, it's because I had them hidden? And I'm just stupid. Yeah, that would explain it. And that's cool. Shirt. Save. Edit mode. Unthingo. Get this. Dip it down. Swag. So let's just say this fucking goes up past here. Jade down to there. Oh, fuck. No, fuck you. There you go. No, from there to there. Bam, bam, bam. So we've got this down around here. That's all. Nope, this is the... Nope, fuck you. That's the seam. To there, to there. That is a seam. Because what I'm thinking, right, is I could get this seam, well, select it all, bevel it? Yeah, bevel, and then delete faces only. And that's like a fucking, that's a sew line. Yeah. Okay. Hold the fucking phone. I'm cooking. Seam. The seam's on the underside of the whole shebang, right? Like that. Let guys simulate without sewing. You can do it without sewing. So in this case, it would be like. Let me just make it do this. Before I. So if I did cloth. Let me just get rid of this collision modifier. get our character back. We'll expand dong very slightly. Well, okay, let's just do this. Really stupid. Cloth sim. You know. Very cool. And then obviously the settings. Linear, lower quality, structural, modern fashion, yeah, legit. Oh, fuck, go back. Structural 1. Shear 1. And now we're swag. Yeah. And then you know, we could subdivide this. Subdivision surface, blah, blah, blah. Before cloth sim, simple. Or maybe cat cull. And then this would make it go slow, but it would have, like, you know, the proper ripples and that kind of shit. Oh god, it's gonna slip. So anyway, this could be our, like, you know, baggy shirt model. And then bake the normals. Oh, fuck. I'll go back. Bake the normals to this low poly version. And then obviously, I'm going to have like arm dangling bones, arm danglers, dangly boys that just dangle from the hands and, you know, simulate shit. And then it would just be weighted to that. So we wouldn't actually need to do real cloth sim in engine. It would just be bone cloth sim, but using a pre-baked cloth sim draped thinger. Does that make any sense? But yeah, the thing I wanted to do was go back many times to before I inflated. Okay, I don't think we're going to be able to go back any further. Oh, fuck you. No, come on, please. No. Alright, it's fine, it's fine. I can just do this a bit. And, yeah, I know. I've done that in, like, all my other sessions. Let me just unfuck the... Fuck me. Okay, that's not terrible. Good enough. Swag. Yeah, you know what? It's fashion, sweaty. It's called fashion, sweaty. Look it up. And I can probably, I don't know, I'd probably want to simplify the Briests if I'm doing this kind of thing. If you make armor clothes, do you hide the mesh under it? For example, for sleeves here, would you hide the arm mesh too? So usually in a game you would, but in my game I do not. Because clothing can have holes in it. So when it gets damaged, it has holes in it. And so, you know, if the character mesh wasn't there, there'd be nothing. So that's like a specific case that I don't hide it. But, you know, in most other games, you probably would hide it, you know. For multiple reasons. But activity hides body parts to avoid clipping. Yeah, I mean, the better way to go about it is that if you're using mesh merging, just, like, don't merge those meshes in. Like, just separate the arms, and then when it comes time to, you know, generate the new character mesh, just don't put the arms in. Because if they're just hidden with vertex paint, they're still being rendered and skinned, and they're still costing performance. Even though they are, you know, they're not being rendered. And so, yeah, you'd fix clipping issues and whatnot, but, yeah. Where's select? Let me just, like, dupe this first. This cursed shirt. Oh. Cursed puffy boy. Do you have clipping issues then? Like, does the arm pop through the clothes when bending, or do you animate with that in mind? So one thing that I do with all the clothing and stuff is make the topology match underneath. Obviously, this is a terrible example because it's going to, like, be droopy and whatnot. But if it's, like, a tight-fitting shirt, I'll start with this mesh, you know, as, like, the basis of it. And so that way, when this deforms, the topology matches and you don't get any, like, you know, if the shirt only had, like, this loop and this loop and this loop, when the arm bends, going from here to here would, like, it would clip through. So if the topology is very similar, then you can avoid a lot of clipping, especially when you start doing, like, I mean, if you're literally extruding it from the base mesh, you don't even have to do a data transfer, where you can, like, transfer the weights from the character outward to the clothing. You can pretty much just leave it as is and just fix it up and whatnot. But, yeah, step one is to just, like, try not get it clipping if possible. By just, like, you know, doing this, extrude it outwards, you know, once you've duplicated it and made the new object or whatever. And then another trick you can do is called camera offset, which is a material function, like a world position offset material function that, like, moves all the verts closer to the camera without breaking perspective. So, like, you can do some real, like, fucked up effects with it, but, like, you can have something look like it's in the distance, like with parallax and whatnot, but then it can render in front of something that's right in front of you. Almost kind of like X-ray vision in a weird way. Anyway, you can do that with your clothing layers. You can be like, okay, we've got the body. Its offset is 0. Anything that's the second layer, or like the inner layer, we're going to offset by like 1 centimeter towards the camera. And then anything that's on top of that, we're going to offset by like 3 centimeters towards the camera. And that can alleviate like some like really small, like almost like Z fighting issues. But if you go too far with it, then you get weird effects like if you've got a collar, it'll make the collar clip in on the back face. So, yeah. But you could do a Fresnel, so only the verts that are facing towards the camera get pulled out towards the camera. And that can sort of fix that, but it's not perfect. But I mean, nothing's perfect. Unless you're just like physically simulating reality like an idiot. Like me. But I'm not actually simulating reality. But I am an idiot. Self-proclaimed. Self-proclaimed idiot man. Alright, let's see what this dumb shirt looks like. Oh yeah, I wanted to extend this downwards. Extrude Z down to here. Yeet it out. Subdivide like that-ish. Cool. Can I just like yeet all of this? Will that work? No, that breaks. Get rid of that outer loop. And then this expands like that. Is that the same topology? That goes up there, that goes up there. That's an extra one. So I'd need to merge. Yeah, not worth. Fuck it. Just simplify it. Whatever. I wanted that to go down to here. This to go down to there. These to be delete. This is so dumb. So funny, holy shit. No, not topology mirror, just regular positional mirror. No, you don't want to work. Alright, whatever. I think if sometimes delaying my list, it would be much more efficient, use a lot before, and it's good, just a bit expensive. I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. Yeah. I get it. I get it. How do I select similar? Select similar seam. Then I want to no, not extrude. What is it? Bevel. I want to bevel everything like this much. And then I want to delete. You know what? Let me just duplicate the object first before I fuck with it too much. Alright, then bevel edges. So is there how much cloth you plan to do? Yeah, yeah. Faces only, so that still has lines. Although, do I want to fucking fuck? You know what I mean? If I deleted only faces, hashtag only faces, cloth sim, object mode, bam, sewing, sewing. So, where the fuck is sewing, huh? Eh? Physical properties, vertex mass, angular, damping, internal springs, pressure, blah, 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 shape, pin group, sewing. There it is. So, and that sews it together. There you go. Shrinking factor, big. What does that mean? Oh my god. Oh. What are you, what does that mean? Huh. Oh, so I didn't realize that this was like internally. Oh, wait, what? Yeah. Confusion. Confucius. What are you? Just delete verts. I don't fucking know. And then you, wait, yeah, and then you going out this way. Yeah, whatever. Oh wait, that's okay. You know what? You're gonna be shorter. Just delete this. Thank you. Yeah, so now it does so, which is funny. But if I wanted to do a subdivision, then the sewing wouldn't work if I subdivided it. You know what I mean? Max sewing force, shrinking factor, dynamic mesh. No, shrinking factor. Does that make it expand then? Yeah, that's lit. Okay, so that would just keep it as is, but sew it together. And then the sewing force is like, don't go beyond this force. So that it can be pulled apart. But if this is like 0, then that should be pulled tight. Big number. That's about the same. Yeah. Self-collision, cool, whatever. Yeah, so if this did have a subdivision. But then, yeah, the mesh... Oh, that has to go before cloth sim. Whoa. Hello. Yeah, the sewing, it's only... Yeah, see? So the sew lines are only going to be there. It's not going to be along the inside. So, and that's where, like, Marvelous would be good. And this does need self-collision. That's 10 centimeters, isn't it? I need to pause. No, don't crash. Don't crash, you're so sexy. Please stop simulating. Bruh. Oh, did it stop? No? Yes. No, it's... Okay, stop. There we go. We're fine. Alright, go back. What a fucking nightmare. No, don't... Stop. Stop, stop, stop. No, I said stop. Alright, we're fine. Go back to 0. Don't play. Give me this. Oh. Self-collision, no. No, self-collision, no. There we go. That's doing a thing. Oh, there we go. Shrink factor, that kind of does some shit. Yeah. I mean, I guess the sewing doesn't need to be done then, right? Like, if it was just this, if we were just looking at this with a cloth modifier, and like there's no sew lines or any of that shit, we just say, hey, get this and sewing. Shape, sewing, shrink factor. Okay, maybe not that much. That kind of does something. I don't fucking know. Shrink it down. Oh, what the fuck just... I bring you love. Break his legs so he can't get away. Probably needs self-collision. Okay, it's shrinking too much. Oh god. Okay, the collision quality has to be better, probably. And then if there was self-collisions, then it would do its thing better. Yeah, cool. And they wouldn't, like, fuck itself. If I got this and, like, made this larger. you see any of Unreal Fest? No, I didn't. Was there anything cool? Any cool stuff? You start simulating a low quality, then when cloth is in place, you increase quality to get wrinkles. You know what? That's very smart. Don't know why I didn't think of that. So like you mean like let me make this a bit more conical. So if I like did this and I said modifier subdivision 1 or 0, did the cloth sim, and it's like cool. And then when it's in place, bam, and then okay, no, well, no. Yeah, that's not gonna. I mean, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. So he's doing Marvelous. We worked on Crusader Kings 3. Right. Yeah, I mean, Marvelous is like designed for this specifically. I'm sure people have like plugins that can do it perfectly fine. You know? Gravity low? But yeah, I'm just dicking around at the moment, just seeing what is possible and like what I could potentially possibly do for, you know, clothy things like clothing. Because yeah, being able to just like have this low poly version and then bake the high poly simmed versions normals to it would just be like super good. Yeah, just to get crinkles in like the right places and to like drape things properly, I guess. Ooh, yeah, let me have a gaze. Megalites looks cool. What the fuck is Megalites? What the hell? Alright, Unreal 5.5. Alright, sequencer usability, don't care. Dynamic sequencer, also don't care. Modular control rig beta. Maybe cool. Rig variants, experimental. Cascadeur. Mutable customizer characters and meshes. What are you? Generates dynamic scaling meshes, materials, and textures at one time for creating dynamic content. Hidden surface removal to prevent Z-fighting and implement object layering and interaction. Interesting. Don't need it. Mesh and texture merging to reduce draw calls. Texture merging, that's a bit... It depends how they do it. If they mean generate a new texture array, then it's like, you know, it's like a memory nightmare, because then every character has essentially like a render target per character that's like fucking 20K resolution. But if it's like, you can like loop through texture referenced textures or something, that would be POG. I don't know if you were here another time, Sov, when I was talking about an idea for doing, you know how I've got like a million different parameters for my meshes? So they're all like segmented. You know, like a shirt might have like the sleeves as like number 1 and this is number 2. But they were like to this hard-coded graph. Like this. And it's like, okay, you can only ever have like one sleeves thing there. It was like a bit of a nightmare for like the colors and the properties and whatever. But I was thinking, in Blender, do the segments as, you know, just like in vertical. So like 0, 1, 2, ... however many it needs. And then when it gets merged, take all the UVs in these areas and put them on like a global render target atlas that has, it's like tiny little things and the character knows what position it reads from. To like do an offset for like all these tiny little pixel values and stuff. But then the cool thing about it would be that it's a 3D render target. So I can have any number of parameters for any number of things without needing to like have a material that has like a million parameters. It just reads from this static reference texture to get all the color data and whatnot. And then obviously textures would have to be, you know, like, oh, there's like 12 texture slots. And then kind of do what you were doing, where textures are just like texture 1, 2, 3, 4, and it depends on the character and what stuff they've got on. But whatever this means might mean that it's like kind of easier to do now. So I mean, this is cool. Morph baking. Okay, yeah, okay, this is sick. This is literally just like all the stuff we've talked about and that like you were working on with the hidden surface removal. Like texture editors, outer layer, and decal projection, RGB. Yeah, that's. So is this already? Is 5.5 preview out? Like, can you actually download it? Is it downloadable? It's out now. Okay, okay. So that means this. Fuck. Maybe I'll upgrade, because yeah. This is like this whole thing I've been working on, the you know, the definition stuff is like the equipment definition stuff is like pretty much, you know, I'd be using this. So that could be cool. Weight editing UX is, I mean, yeah, cool. Weight transfer, interface detection, flood support. I mean, yeah, look, it's getting there. Having sold in 5.5? Yeah, yeah. I still haven't moved to 5.4. Animation deformers. Oh, sequencer. Add deformers with the characters on demand. One click. Deformers, animation, control rigs. Blah, 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 blah. Animation layers. Cool. The machine learning deformer. Oh. Right. Cool. Physics control. Proof control profile, asset editor, simplify creation of control profiles. That's good. That was kind of the annoying part. I'll need to dick with that at some point. Dick with it again. I mean, I do need to do an updated video about that. Choosers. Oh, pardon me. I don't know. Oh, okay. They can do any type of asset. Yeah. I don't know. What's the benefit of a chooser versus... I guess it can do, like, yeah, randomization. I guess it's just like a nice pre-built thing. Audio-driven animation, metahuman animator. Cool. Don't care. Actually, that could be interesting. Megalights. Let's see. Megalights TM. Add 100 dynamic shadow casting lights to their scenes. Artists can now light scenes playfully without constraints or impact on performance with Megalights TM. Lighting artists for the first time can use textured area lights with soft shadows, lighting functions, media texture playback, volumetric shadows on consoles and PC. Huh. Does that mean multicolored light functions? Can we do like light fun? Can we do negative lighting with megalights? Can you do negative luminance? And is this with non... Does this work with like non-lumen? Is this like a lumen thing, or is it like a kind of global thingamajig? I guess lumen already does. Yeah. Should have area lights to give off lighting from a TV screen. Gotcha. Yeah, so that would be yeah, colored light function. That's sick. I've always wanted that. Yeah, I'd be interested if it works non-lumen. Or like just non-ray tracing. If it's just like a big upgrade to just like the way that lights are rendered full stop. What are dynamic shadow casting lights to their scenes? New York Times Square. True, true. Yeah, nice. Hardware ray tracing. Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, kind of cool. Local exposure, don't care. Path tracer volumetrics. Cool, I guess. Spatiotemporal denoiser. Cool. Vulkan ray tracing, cool. Path tracer, cool, whatever. Render pass improvements. Author scene captures and custom render passes, which automatically mirror the main views. Camera resolution, including temporal AA jitter, screen percentage. Compositing layers to be pixel identical, and compositing in general take advantage of the screen percentage for better performance. Additionally, a user-defined intermediate texture dub user scene texture can be written to and read from sequentially as a post-processed material. This means UNS supports running multi-pass post-process effects such as separate filters or blurs in a more performant manner. Does this mean user scene texture? Does this mean that I can finally do a custom bloom pass? No, but I need a custom output to do that. But I remember Adam was saying something about the scene somethings, where you could create an extra output in your like material thinger that then goes to a post-process render target thinger. I don't fucking know. Wait, user scene texture half C, quarter C. Does that mean like resolution to then do the blur? I don't know. I need to look into that. So render pass improvements, mega lights, physics control, character shit. That's so far what I'm vibing. Mesh texture color painting. What are you? Mesh painting on nanite mesh instances with minimal performance and memory overhead. Before use of nanite prevented these color mesh painting workflows, which allow local variation appearance and instance. There we go. Well done. Well done. Go team. Oh, texture color. Not vertex color. Which kind of makes sense, yeah, because like your nanite meshes can be like a billion verts and whatever. So this would just, yeah, bake whatever the texture is. It would generate the nanite proxy mesh geometry shader, blah, 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 blah. It would just have a channel for this texture color. Can it, like... Can you move vertex color to texture color? Like, is there a... Oh, propagate to vertex color. Yeah. So that would... You'd paint texture color on your nanite asset, and then the fallback asset would go to vertex color. Does it just get... Vertex mesh components is what workflow similar to vertex painting with scale, texture, resolution. Instead of vertex count, which works more efficiently with nanite meshes. Whatever copying between vertex and color has been added. Auto propagate texture colors to vertex colors while painting. Does it just get referenced in the... It must get referenced in, like, in the material the same way, like vertex color, the node. Otherwise, you'd get weird shit in the material. And I can have vertex color paint them runtime. It's always had vertex color, but you couldn't paint them per instance. So you couldn't have like 4 wall static meshes, and paint one of them differently to the others. I'm pretty sure. Nanite mesh instances, yeah. But now you can. It would just be texture color. So, I mean, that's cool. That's one nanite issue solved. Now all they have to do is the automatic RVT, use the fallback mesh to paint to the... or just... I mean, if they've got orthographic rank, why can't it just do a top down? I mean, I guess it has to do it. Yeah, no, never mind. But why can't it just... Come on, nanite with RVT drawing. Where is it? Ortho, cool. Render parallelization. Parallel translation, which issues render hardware interfaces does. So the translator is recommended to the platform command list. Impact this is dramatic performance increase up to 2 times by reducing number of stalls, as well as offering minor improvements to platform dynamic res and render thread time. 5.5 equals improved synchronous RDG. Dependency graphics, order of blah blah blah. half. Using half of slate render. Right. There you go. Day sequence. Automatically generates a 24-hour day cycle. Artists to create their lighting. Blah blah blah. Much of the work user needed to get basic gains. Hidden network sync. Yeah, whatever. It's another thing. It's another thing in the engine. Spineless rendering, low-level feature management of textures, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You know what? I'm not smart enough. First person, cool. Local fog volume. Variations fog and some unlike volumetric fog, work across all platforms, scalability, low and high levels, running individual. Sick. Substrate. I still don't... I don't know. Yeah, I haven't touched substrate either. I just don't what... I just don't understand what... Like, how's it any different? You know what I mean? What does it do that you can't just do in regular shaded graph? Simple substrate material is 2K instructions. Yeah, no thanks. Heterogeneous volumes. Sparse volumes. Cool. Cool. External data layers. Very cool. Static lighting. Whoa! Static lighting is experimental. Hell yeah. That's crazy. But yeah. Definitely. Visual production people. Hello, big girl. Hello, chick. You been there the whole time? You here? You smell like smoke. Have you been smoking? You've been out near the fire. You're such a good girl. Fuck. So fucking cute. So fucking cute. How'd you get so fucking cute, cat? You're such a big bear. Sniffing my mouth. Sorry, what was I doing again? PCG, GPU compute, fantastic. That's great. GPU stuff, grammar. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Graph executor. Wow. Multi-threading. Cool. Geometry processing. Meshes directly from PCG. That is actually kind of cool. Who's able to produce rooftop geometry, spawn assets on top, redesign shape model, apply the grammar, section operation. Who's so stealing between each operation? That's what sweet. Spline meshes, assign meshes to their splines in PCG, make the process of creating spline mesh actions significantly easier. Very cool. Data layer support, world ray cast. Oh, hello. Generalized ray casting. Either infinite scaled vector or segment. Cool. Right, because yeah. Hello. Oh. Could you do like river? A river generation? Pathfinding? Like up here, generate a river using, you know, it has to go down. Is that what this is? What are you? No, it's just a thing. But that would be cool. Or just like paths in general. Like generate a path spline from here to there. Without, you know, like avoid steep slopes. And I guess that's what this is. Because it doesn't go there and it's like find the best fit for like a road. That could be super handy. ISO line, cool. Niagara data channels from PCG. That's kind of wicked. Oh God. Add Sheesh. Alright, boring. Motion design, boring. Audio insights, cool. Audio widgets, cool. I mean, yeah. Yeah, sweet. Nice. Alright, so they just made it good. Yeah, okay. That's good. Cool. Whatever. Modeling tools. Cool, I guess. Texture. Oh, this was the texture graph. Cool. GeoScript, cool. Content pipeline, don't care. Framework. Oh, state. I haven't fucking looked at state tree yet. Fuck! Struct utilities. Cool. Instance actors. Nah, boring. Nav mesh, nav links. Automatic nav link generations. Generate your runtime down. Nav mesh generation, bit navigation experience out of the box. Cool, I guess. Character mover 2.0. Things try to keep page loaded, motion warping, improved animation, motion matching. Yeah, I don't know. I still think I want to go with a completely like custom physical character movement thing. I know they've got the physics thinger one, but I just don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. Get data flow editor. Good on ya. Chaos Flash. Interesting. Cool. 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 Cool, cool. Plugins? Oh. Ah. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare. Scriptable tools. Oh my god, that looks like an actual nightmare. What is... Okay, cool. Yeah, battery namer, cool. Reference viewer, cool. Yeah, whatever. Rush around, I don't care. Virtual production, don't care. Protocols, don't care. Alright, that's it. Okay, yeah, there's some cool things. There's actually a few things that is relevant to me in like the near future, like within the next year, you know. So hopefully it's like not a nightmare. There's a few like, I don't know, there's a few like things. Like, I don't know, this day sequence thing probably doesn't need to like exist. But I guess it's for sequence. It's probably more of a virtual production slash, you know, get things looking good ASAP tool. Really do something to speed up RVT later optimization. RVT just needs an overhaul, full stop. Like it just needs some love. Like I don't know, like if you're sampling multiple RVTs in the one material and those RVTs are all the same size and the same resolution and stuff, it technically shouldn't need to cost anymore. Like it can share all of the page unpacking instructions and stuff. And, you know, it could just be like, okay, yeah, this material, yeah, I don't know. You want fun, you're telling me RVT, you're dead? Well, I mean, RVT kind of, I mean, I guess it doesn't. You need to have 2 RVTs at that point. But then you can't specify what you... Yeah, no, yeah, you're fucked, you're fucked. Just, yeah. I mean, RVTs aren't supposed to have any kind of, you know, animated effects. And doing near-far tiling is technically an animated effect because it changes as you move. So I can see, yeah, it's a whole thing. Oh, you're sweet. Right, not on the keyboard. Do I obviously offer on Nanite Landscape? Right, right. Let me guess. It's fucked. Oh, right, right. It'd be nice if RVTs could just, like, not... I don't know. If you could just output anything to any RVT with just, like, named channels. So you don't have to have, like, a billion RVTs. And, like, do hacky shit, like putting stuff into the normals because you want the color and... Ugh. RVTs are like the backbone of any kind of game, but they haven't received an update in like months. It's kind of weird. Master channel of RVT can be RGB. Yeah, exactly. Like, why just put a grayscale there? Same with like the RVT offset Nanite Landscape thing. Oh no, you mean the weird like alignment issue, not the Nanite displacement channel thingo, because they added like a displacement channel, didn't they? Which again is just another grayscale fucking, you know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. But imagine if you could just have like four mask outputs, each of them being RGBA, and for it to like, you know, yeah, you've got to load all of that in memory, but like the rendering cost of accessing it would be the same as just doing it once. Anyway, I'll BRB real quick. Hello. I think the ad's still playing, but yeah. 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 I'm just gonna write a little, it was... character customization stuff. Physics control. Maybe chooses. I think that was it, wasn't it? Oh, local fog. PCG is a whole thing. PCG, yeah, just PCG. And then... yeah, meta sounds is just a given. I think that was it, really. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. I think that in combination with this, especially if it can do like UV operations in like a kind of graphy doodad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think with things like armor that can never be... I guess it can technically rust away. But yeah, there's definitely things that would be worth looking into. For Schnozel. Oh, wait, hello? Where's my freaking music, huh? There you go. Nice, banger. Anyway, good sesh. It's good to be back. It's relatively good to be relatively back. Again, I'm back again. Guess who's back? Back again. Prismatica Dev is back. Tell a friend, etc., etc. Right. The definition system is pretty much. It's not done by any means, but like I've like figured it out in my brain. So yeah, that should be good. I've like finally decided on a nice format and how to structure it. There's just like little things to do with like the endpoints, like, you know, how do I get the animations, blah blah blah. Do I just get the little packet by tag and then just cast to it, or do I get it by tag and like interface? You know, it implements the interface, get animation, fucking whatever. Who knows? How's doing? I haven't really touched it in a while, but I assume that it's still, like, I don't know, selling to some degree. I will do an update to it after I kind of get Prismatica back on the go. What's like the Epic Marketplace portal? Publisher portal, there is. Sign in. Hello. So as we can add to basically. Yes, I'll actually do that. I know I always say I'm gonna do things, then I get distracted. I don't know. There's something wrong with me. I'm just. What do you mean? I'm friggin' 6-digit D's, you know? Anyway, yeah, I will. That is correct. Okay, yeah. Yeah, cool. Sorry, what am I? It's late. It's like 5 a.m. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We are going to be raiding who's online. Right, Kindred. Krav is streaming, so I guess we know where I'm going. All right, raid. All right, thanks everyone. And oh, there's a cat. Hello, big chicken. How are ya? I always forget he's got a different name. No. Select all, then... There we go. Alright, thanks everyone for hanging out. I'll see you all probably tomorrow or the next day. TM. Tomorrow or the next day, TM. And with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. Raid now. There we go. Bye. And to all the YouTube viewers, thank you very much for watching. You guys are very special. You guys are the kind of the OGs. I don't know. Is Twitch the? I guess you guys video OG.